Within the bustling streets of Jing City, a girl wanders aimlessly while scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, a mysterious figure approaches. A firm hand grips her shoulder. The stranger warns her that a dark mark haunts her soul, foretelling a bloody tragedy. Stunned, she turns around as the man insists she must spill blood now to escape a far more devastating fate. Utterly baffled, she questions his cryptic talk of blood and sacrifice. Sighing, she reaches into her bag, muttering to herself. She finds her monthly supplies, assuming that's what he meant. Disgusted by the crazy talk, she snaps at the stranger. She declares she isn't interested in his games or dating. The man sighs, frustrated that his divine help was labeled perversion. He wonders if every woman in Jiangcheng has become this arrogant. As he walks away, he shakes his head. He realizes mortals are blinded by their mundane lives. Naturally, they cannot grasp the heavenly truths he speaks of today. Our story reveals he was born into the prestigious Yi family. Though bullied as a child, his life was once peaceful. But tragedy struck 5 years ago. His father, trying to protect an innocent girl, accidentally crossed a powerful capital tyrant. Days later, at the cursed Cloud Lake Villa banquet, his entire bloodline was mercilessly slaughtered in a single night of terror. He alone survived the massacre. Worse yet, every family ally and friend watched in silence, doing absolutely nothing to help. Now, burning with a hellish fury, the boy vows to paint the world red. He will have his bloody revenge tonight. Charging toward his enemies, he screams threats of death. A sword flies at him, only to shatter against his unstoppable aura. The villain sneers, claiming the Yi family was always pathetic. He boasts that he could crush their legacy with one hand. The young man remembers his mother's final act, pushing him into Keen Lake to save his life from the flames. A legendary master rescued him, training him in the secret arts of Kunlun. Now, Yi Chen returns with a divine mission. He has returned to the city to collect every debt in blood. Suddenly, the air grows heavy and the world trembles. Passers-by collapse, gasping for air as their strength vanishes. Yi Chen realizes his leaked killing intent is crushing the innocent. He quickly suppresses his overwhelming power. The terrified crowd looks around, wondering what invisible monster just brushed past them. They sense a lingering, deathly aura. Chen decides to focus on his master's task first. His vengeance can wait a moment. He targets the 𝑩𝒐𝒅𝒚 group, a massive titan among the top corporations. This is the heart of Jiangcheng's elite power. Our hero stands before the skyscraper, doubting if this is the place where the elusive Xia Ruoxu hides her secrets. His master used the forbidden Tianji art, seeing a vision of her death within 100 days. He must stop it. Seeking entry, he is blocked by 2 arrogant guards. Determined to fulfill his duty, he tries to push past them. He demands to see Xia Ruoxu immediately. The guards, unimpressed by his appearance, mock his request and call the secretary. They confirm he has no scheduled appointment. Realizing he won't be let in easily, the young man's patience begins to thin. He asks how to book a meeting, stressing the life-or-death importance of his message. He offers to wait peacefully inside. The guards laugh, declaring that a nobody like him isn't worth her time. They order him to vanish or face force. Chen's eyes flash with irritation. In an instant, a crushing pressure erupts, forcing both guards to collapse onto their knees. They tremble in terror, feeling the cold breath of death against their necks. They realize this boy is no ordinary human. The protagonist warns them to watch their tongues. As onlookers stare in shock, he casually takes a seat in the lobby. Removing his cap, he demands to see the manager. A visible surge of purple energy begins to swirl around his body. The atmosphere turns electric. People scream as armed security teams rush in, surrounding the mysterious intruder with their weapons. The head of security steps forward, trembling. He demands to know if Chen understands the chaos he has just unleashed. Looking bored, Chen repeats his demand to see Miss Xia. He warns them not to stand in his destined path. The security chief feels a chill down his spine. He senses that this boy could slaughter everyone here in seconds. Desperate to de-escalate, he explains the lady is out. He begs for Chen's contact info to resolve this peacefully later. Frustrated that she's missing, Chen realizes he cannot complete the task yet. Still, he refuses to leave her territory. He decides to wait right there. Fearing for his own life and job, the guard signals the police to move in. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoes through the hall, ordering everyone to stand down. A new player has entered the game. A woman with striking purple hair and an icy gaze walks in. She is Sun, the company's legendary female director. She takes command of the situation immediately. The employees whisper in awe at her sudden appearance and overwhelming beauty. It is said her grace is the only thing that could ever rival the goddess 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒆𝒅 herself in this city. Ignoring the warnings of danger, she approaches the protagonist. She demands to speak with this mysterious young man alone. A stunning goddess approaches, her voice pulling our hero from a trance. He stares, paralyzed by this sudden encounter. 5 long years have passed, yet her name remains etched in his soul. Sami was his only light in darkness. They were once inseparable seatmates in high school, but destiny tore them apart. Silence replaced their shared laughter after graduation. Then tragedy struck. His family name was dragged through the mud, becoming a target for every greedy shark in town. Their empire crumbled as vultures seized his father's legacy. The once mighty group vanished into the shadows of the capital's elite. Yet amidst the betrayal, only Sami stood firm. She braved the vile rumors to give his parents a final resting place. Standing before her now, our protagonist is overwhelmed. He never dreamed their paths would cross again in a place like this. His intense gaze makes her uneasy. She breaks the silence, reminding him of personal space while he struggles for words. He stammers an apology, his heart racing. She asks if he needs assistance, unaware of the deep history they shared. Embarrassed, he claims she simply resembles a ghost from his past. Sami dismisses his words, finding his tone strangely old-fashioned. She gracefully departs, advising him to wait quietly for his appointment. Our hero watches her go, his mind swirling with memories. He observes her transformation. She radiates a powerful, refined presence now. The weak girl he knew is gone, replaced by steel. Pushing aside his past, he prepares to leave. But fate has one more surprise in store for this fated reunion tonight. Outside, Sami unlocks her luxury ride, ready to vanish into the night. She has no idea she is not alone anymore. A chilling realization hits her. In the rearview mirror, a shadow sits in the back seat. She lets out a scream. "You look even more beautiful up close," he whispers. Sami's heart stops. How did he get inside her locked car? She demands answers, but he simply asks for a ride. Confused, she reminds him he was supposed to be waiting inside. Despite her fear, curiosity wins. She demands his name before starting the engine, sensing something extraordinary about this mysterious stranger. He notices a dark omen clouding her brow, a sign of impending doom. Death is hovering near his only true friend. "Call me Yi Fang," he says softly. They arrive at a grand gala, stepping into a world of wealth and daggers. The room falls silent as Sami enters. Her radiant beauty stuns the crowd, but whispers erupt regarding the unknown man beside her. High society has never seen her with a companion. They navigate the sea of judging eyes toward their designated VIP table. He follows without a word, content to play his part. Suddenly, a group of arrogant businessmen blocks their path, smelling blood. The Yashin Group's founder, Goyan, leads the pack. These greedy wolves insist on sharing the table with the beautiful director. They swarm her like predators, forcing a toast. Sami's discomfort is visible as they thrust a glass toward her trembling hand. Before the liquid touches her lips, our hero intervenes. He snatches the glass, declaring he will drink in her place. The businessmen snarl, insulted by this nobody. Before he can reveal his true self, Sami pulls him back with a warning. She tries to maintain peace, claiming she will handle these vipers. She knows the rules of this cruel game tonight. She politely declines more, stating she is a poor drinker. Her elegance captivates them, but one man remains entirely unimpressed. A cold voice cuts through the air. "One glass, don't make me laugh." It is Chen Fang, the city's most feared playboy. The crowd trembles. He is the second master of the powerful Chen clan, a man who treats women like disposable toys. He looms over Sami, his eyes full of malice. He has not forgotten her previous rejection and demands total submission tonight. "Drink the entire bottle," he sneers. This is not an invitation. It is a royal decree from a man who never hears no. Sami pleads, knowing that much alcohol is a trap. But in this room, the young master's word is absolute law. He leans in close, whispering about a presidential suite awaiting them. His intentions are as filthy as his family's reputation. Terror grips her heart. She knows his history. He drugs and discards women without a single shred of remorse or consequence. When she refuses again, the monster's mask slips. He erupts in fury, calling her a lowly brat who is playing hard. Tears well in her eyes. Despite her success, she is just a self-made woman standing against a titan of inherited wealth. To him, she is nothing but an ant to be crushed. But the young master forgot one thing: a predator is watching. Our hero moves like a phantom, snatching the bottle from the bully's grip. The air in the room suddenly turns ice cold. Irritated, the villain demands to know who this trash is. He does not realize he is looking at his own executioner. Crack, the bottle shatters against the bully's skull. Blood sprays as the young master collapses, screaming like a wounded animal. He wails in agony, shocked that someone actually fought back. Our hero towers over him, his eyes burning with divine wrath. "Who gave you permission to force her?" he growls. The witnesses are paralyzed. They have just seen the unthinkable happen. They fear the coming storm. The Chen family possesses ancient power, and this boy has just declared a total war. Sun trembles with guilt, feeling she's led her innocent friend into a den of bloodthirsty wolves. She vows to drain every bottle if they'll only let the boy escape this nightmare unharmed. But CEO Chen sneers, declaring that the boy's life is already forfeit to his burning rage. Suddenly, the old man shrieks in agony as a devastating blow shatters his very manhood. He collapses, howling like a wounded animal while demanding the boy be slaughtered immediately. He looms over him like a reaper, asking coldly who exactly is scheduled to die today. He grinds the man's pride into the dirt until a thunderous voice commands him to stop. The Chen family patriarch arrives, flanked by elite guards and a suffocating, heavy pressure. "Release him this instant," Gino roars, his presence enough to make the weak-hearted faint. Beside him stands a living legend, an ancient martial arts master radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. Sun's heart sinks as she realizes the overwhelming power they are now forced to face. He casually tosses the businessman aside, his eyes locked onto the bearded powerhouse approaching. Is this the legendary strength of an ancient grandmaster that the world fears so much? The son wails about his ruined body, begging his father to crush the boy into dust. Gino silences his pathetic air, turning a predatory gaze toward the unfazed, handsome youth. A lackey whispers that the boy is just a fledgling warrior, a mere mortal novice. He steps forward, his voice a cold blade. "What more do you parasites want from me?" Gino offers a mercy. "Beg for your life, and I might leave your limbs attached." The ancient master scoffs, stepping up to crush this arrogant brat with his bare hands. "You provoked the wrong gods today," he snarls, lunging forward with lethal, blinding speed. The master reaches for Yi's throat, his aura flaring like a dying, violent star. "Kneel and you might survive," but Yi's expression remains chillingly indifferent to the threat. In a flash, Yi seizes the legend's head. "Have you picked out your coffin yet?" Enraged by the provocation, the old man strikes with a blow meant to shatter mountains. Yi's fist connects first, a thunderous impact that silences the entire room in an instant. The legendary master craters into the fractured floor, his aura extinguished by a single strike. Terror grips the crowd as the boy asks, "Which of you wants to be next?" Gino's world crumbles. How could his ultimate weapon be defeated by a mere child? The broken master gasps, demanding to know what kind of monster stands before him now. Are you even worthy of hearing my name? Yi's voice resonates like a death knell. A primal scream fills the air as he walks toward the trembling Chen family patriarch. Gino, the once great lion, is now nothing more than a shivering, speechless mess of fear. The boy remembers. The Chen family's hands are stained with his own kin's blood and tears. Halt! A gun cocks as guards swarm, desperate to protect their falling, pathetic master. The elite men in black rush in, a wall of steel against one solitary boy. With a casual wave, he sends the entire squad flying like leaves in a storm. Seeing his empire fall, Gino drops to his knees, begging for a mercy he never gave. Apologies are useless, Yi whispers. It is finally time to collect your heavy blood debt. Another authority arrives, stunned to see the mighty Gino groveling in the cold dirt. Gino sees a glimmer of hope, thinking the law will finally chain this unstoppable demon. He scoffs. To him, even the highest authorities are mere dust beneath his sovereign path. The newcomer gazes at the crater where a master once stood, paralyzed by the destruction. He drags Gino by his hair, tossing him like trash toward the arriving police officers. He tried to assault a lady. Yi lies smoothly, even as a gun points at him. The officer is a woman, and she looks ready to pull the trigger on our hero. Impressive, Yi scoffs. This is a personal matter. Stay out of it, officer. The policewoman roars for him to freeze. Hands up. This is your final warning. Staring down the barrel, Yi sighs. Don't you guys have anything better to do? Sun intercedes, grabbing his hand tightly. Please forgive him. She begs for mercy. The tension is thick as Yi stares. End this now, or I'll stop you myself. Sun desperately pleads with the law. Don't shoot. He's already surrendered. Do we need handcuffs? Sun reassures him. We're just going to the station. Everything will be fine, Yi. Meanwhile, the captain watches the hotel's security files. I've rewatched this 10 times. An officer reports. Part of the footage was erased. The remaining clips show clear self-defense. But who deleted the crucial evidence? The woman's eyes narrow. What exactly is missing from this file? The footage shows Gino and an elder. Then the frame suddenly cuts. In the next second, the master is down. How did he do it? No one could delete it this fast. A powerful shadow must be protecting him. He's dangerous, yet there's no proof. It was self-defense. Release the boy. You're free, Sun cheers, her plan working perfectly. Freedom feels so much better. I need a shower to wash off this bad luck. Yi remains silent. Gino and his son are hidden vipers. I'll need time to settle the score. Sun watches him closely. He carries a dangerous, indescribable aura. Why are you staring like that? Sun flushes, hiding her racing thoughts. Let me take you home. Where do you live? Yi looks away. I'm new to the city. I guess the park will be my bed tonight. Stay at my place. I have an extra room. Yi's mind races. Just come on already. Yi finally agrees, following her into the night. The policewoman can't stop thinking. Those bodyguards were elite special forces. How could they lose to a boy? I can't handle this alone. She dials her brother for backup. I'm sending you a video. Identify him. In the frozen mountains of Siberia, a titan receives the message. My sister is always causing trouble, always needing my help to solve problems. He is the dragon spirit captain, a legend, not a simple policeman. He opens the file with a scowl. Let's see what has her so spooked. Veterans losing to kid. How shameful. Wait, look at his movement. Is he an ancient martial artist? No, he is something far more terrifying. Find everything on him. Now, the dragon spirit is on the hunt. Sun emerges from the shower, glowing. All done. Your turn to wash up, Yi. She's way too carefree. Yi enters, the steam rising around him. 5 years ago, I was saved. I thought it was a blessing. But it was a living nightmare, locked in a cage with a tiger. It was kill or be killed. Then came the brutal cultivation training. I've stared death in the face 1,000 times. Hellish trials forged me. Only hatred kept me breathing. I'll find everyone from that meeting. The Yanu Villa traitors. You will all pay in blood. I have nothing for him to wear. Sun panics in the kitchen. My underwear. I forgot to hide it in the bathroom. He can't see that. She bursts in, screaming for him to stop. Stunned by his god-tier physique, she freezes while our hero asks why she couldn't wait for him to get dressed. Apologizing through tears, she flees to her bed, swearing she never meant to toy with him. She desperately denies the incredible sight behind that door, leaving our hero frozen in total confusion. She won't emerge from her sanctuary yet. No matter. Shadows are calling and the hunt begins tonight. Inside the Chen villa, Zeno's spirit shattered. His son watched, horrified as his father trembled in absolute, pathetic terror. A brutal strike silenced the child. Zeno roared that the devastating wounds old Ming suffered were the boy's fault. "Grandfather will save us," the boy cried. But Zeno knew their legendary pillar couldn't stop the former loser's awakening. True peace was gone. Until that brat died, Zeno would rot. Tomorrow, they begged the master of Mount Wu. Fang's eyes gleamed with malice. Once that former loser falls, he'll seize the girls fighting over his perfect body. As the punk reaches for her, our hero steps in. His voice is cold as ice. "We need to talk." The villain sneers, asking if he actually has the guts to kill. But the air vibrates with terrifying power. Fang trembles as purple energy grazes his throat. Death is staring him in the face as our hero smiles. "Do you think I won't do it?" Gino watches his son's terror and realizes the situation has turned deadly. Seeing his son wounded, the patriarch claims they should forget the past. Our hero laughs at his pathetic audacity. "No grudge," he gazes at the Chen patriarch. "Let's talk about that banquet 5 years ago in Yunho village." He mentions the couple murdered that night. Suddenly, Shang Mu recognizes the face of the boy who should be dead. A crushing blow lands squarely on his face. He screams in disbelief. That loser boy from the past is alive. Our hero leans in close. "I'm not a martial artist," he whispers. "I am something far greater, a cultivator." To a true practitioner, an entire clan of martial artists is nothing but dust. Their power is a mere joke. With one flick, a devastating blast sends the patriarch crashing. The era of the Chen family ends right here. Mount Wei trembles as Chen Yanu levitates, absorbing a terrifying surge of celestial power. His eyes snap open. He senses his bloodline's extinction and demands to know who massacred his kin. The elder bellows a blood oath to the heavens, vowing to shred the killer into 1,000 pieces. Far away, our hero cultivates within spiritual flames, frustrated by the world's thinning and pathetic aura. To reach the next stage, he needs divine pills, but first he must honor his parents' graves. Their death anniversary looms at Tian Dan Mountain. He tightly grips his father's final gift from age 11. Once a simple rock, the stone now reveals cryptic, ancient runes hidden beneath its mundane surface. Realizing it's a blood-bound artifact, he knows only a crimson drop will awaken its true master. As his blood touches the stone, a violent shockwave erupts, dragging his soul into the dark abyss. Exhaustion takes him. He awakens half-naked and battered within a field of massive, ancient headstones. His head throbs in the shadows as a chilling, sinister mist begins to coil around him. Pure terror strikes. Where is he? This desolate land vibrates with an overwhelming, primordial energy. A monstrous entity emerges, mocking our hero as a mere weakling at the pathetic Ruji stage. "You dare trespass in the cemetery of reincarnation." The beast snarls with a voice like thunder. It sneers, claiming he is too weak to awaken even the lowest soul within these graves. "Leave or perish." With a violent start, the boy wakes up safe in his own bed. Was it a dream? He recalls the stone, an ancient treasure far beyond any earthly value. To summon the godlike spirits within those graves, he must first ascend to a higher level. 100 gravestones mean 100 legendary legacies are waiting for him to seize them. A soft knock interrupts his thoughts. It's Sun, gently calling him to lunch before it cools. He heads out quickly, but the haunting echoes of the reincarnation cemetery linger in his soul. Sitting at the table, He appreciates Sun's warmth, fueling his drive to become a true powerhouse. He playfully offered his own warmth for her bed. The young woman smirked, claiming his heat wasn't required yet. The luxury villa was cozy, but staying wasn't free. He needed cold cash to secure a room. No money meant no stay. Our broke protagonist faced a frustrated girl who doubted his very existence. With a smirk, he scribbled a mysterious note. His friend watched, completely baffled by his sudden confidence. It was a god-tier skincare formula. He claimed this single paper would pay a lifetime of rent. Sun was speechless. The loser boy had a master plan that defied all logic and common sense. Her company dealt in beauty, and this recipe was a $10 million miracle waiting to be unleashed. Suddenly, a call from the mysterious Miss Xia changed the atmosphere. Our hero's gaze grew sharp. Duty called. She rushed off to a secret meeting, leaving the handsome genius behind with a warning. "Get a job," she teased. Chang sighed, mourning the lost arts of ancient medicine in this modern world. In the bustling city, a scammer appeared, peddling divine pills with a limited-time 20% discount. 100,000 yuan for a cure-all. The crowd thought he was either a god or insane. Yi Chang shouted through a megaphone, but the onlookers only saw a lunatic looking for easy marks. They threatened to call the cops. Realizing the heat was rising, our hero decided to relocate his hustle. As he cleared a path, a stunning girl intercepted him. She had a proposition he couldn't refuse. She led him to a massive mansion. Even the loser was impressed by the sheer scale of wealth. "I'll heal them in no time," he promised, but she had a much darker reason for hiring him. She wanted a professional liar, not a doctor. He took offense. He was a master of truth. "Find someone else for your games," he scoffed. His time was far too valuable for petty deceptions. Then the card of destiny appeared. 100,000 yuan later, he was her most loyal servant. Her father was dying. With only days left, she feared her mother would lose her mind from grief. She begged him to play a part, to take her father on a final journey to give hope. A fake trip to the mountains to ease the pain. Yi Chang felt this was beneath his skills. But since the cash was already in his pocket, he accepted the role of a lifetime. She laughed, admitting she would have called the cops if he'd said no. What a terrifying female lead. The door swung open. A suspicious gaze fell upon the stranger she dared to bring into the sanctuary. "He's with me," she stated firmly. They entered the heavy atmosphere of the dying patriarch's room. Jaya introduced herself, but Chang's eyes were on the patient. Traditional medicine seemed useless against this curse. Death's miasma was suffocating him. Once it reached his brain, not even a god could bring him back. It was stage 4 lung cancer. The diagnosis was a death sentence according to the world's best doctors. "Please save him," she sobbed, clutching his hands. She promised him a fortune for a single miracle. Enter the mother, trembling with fear. She sensed the end was near for her beloved husband. The secret was out. Jaya's heart broke, having tried so hard to shield her mother from reality. Then the villainous brother arrived. Minglong had already planned the funeral while the father still breathed. "A proper burial," Jaya screamed. How could he be so cold-blooded toward his own flesh and blood? He masked his greed with false pity, already eyeing the throne of the family empire. The mother wailed, wishing to follow her husband into the afterlife. The tragedy was unbearable. Yi Chang saw the truth. This brother was a wolf, intending to devour the entire family legacy. "Do you want her dead too?" Jaya shouted, exposing her brother's disgusting lack of humanity. Chaos erupted. The bully brother raised his hand, threatening to silence his sister forever. Smack! A single punch sent the bully flying. The loser boy had just defended the lady's honor. "Who is this kid?" the butler gasped. Didn't he know he just struck the future head of the family? Chang held up his fingers. 100 million, he declared, and I'll bring him back from the dead. Could this mysterious youth really be their savior? The mother clung to this last shred of hope. Jaya vouched for him, though the brother's eyes burned with a murderous, vengeful rage. "He's a fake," Minglong snarled, desperate to stop the healer before his greedy plans crumbled. She blamed him for their father's fate, threatening jail. Our protagonist watched, his eyes cold and knowing. The elder lay at death's door. Sensing the fading life force, the boy knew only his power could save him. His master's secret technique was the key. He would drag the old man back from the literal brink of hell. Activating his forbidden aura, he summoned the spirits of heaven and earth to mend the shattered life source. His chanting echoed as purple energy surged. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the dying man's face. Radiant power surged from the elder's senses. The protagonist smiled. The dark death energy was finally contained. One final blockage remained. If he could pierce it, the elder would live. Immense pressure weighed upon the room. Chang maintained his focus as the vortex swirled. With a final gasp, the shadow of death was cast out. He commanded the darkness to shatter. With palms extended, a tidal wave of spiritual power cleansed the air. Ancient light expelled every trace of rot. The old man collapsed, breathing once more as the ritual ended. Restoring a life was taxing. He realized his cultivation was still shallow and required far more intense training. Exiting the room, he announced the miracle. The family stood frozen in disbelief at his godlike feat. He demanded his payment. The matriarch, trembling with gratitude, handed over the card worth 10 million. The arrogant son screamed it was impossible. How could terminal cancer vanish? He refused to accept the truth. The protagonist ignored the noise. His work was done, and the 10 million was a small price for life. The bratty son demanded proof first, but our hero wasn't in the mood for games with a loser. He barred the boy's path with a terrifying glare. The elder would wake in 3 days, not a second sooner. With lightning speed, he pinned the bully down. He seized the card, declaring his dominance over the coward. He ordered them to call in 3 days. The loser brother fumed, his pride shattered by a nobody. The coward screamed for the police, claiming robbery. But then, Joya spotted something truly impossible nearby. The dead man stood up and walked. The room fell into a deathly silence as the miracle manifested. The brother's mind broke. How was this possible? The elder roared, searching for the divine doctor who saved him. He embraced his wife and daughter, feeling reborn. He praised his son's good intentions, but his eyes were sharp. The old man's praise turned cold as ice. He revealed he heard every traitorous word while he lay dying. The son wouldn't get a single cent. Without the doctor, he would have let his own father perish. Meanwhile, at the corporate headquarters, chaos reigned. The company's stocks were in a devastating free fall. Bankruptcy loomed like a dark cloud. They desperately needed a miracle product to save their dying empire. Son overhears the panic from the hallway. The board members were drowning in their own incompetence. While the old men argued, she remained silent. Her mind searched for a way out of the abyss. She suddenly felt a hidden paper in her bra. It was the mysterious note left by the protagonist. It was a formula for a legendary beauty pill. Was this the miracle they had been praying for? Could this scrap of paper really be worth 10 million? Suddenly, a shadow lurked behind her, ready to strike. A woman in a crimson dress snatched the note. She sneered, mocking whatever the girl was hiding so closely. Suna ridiculed the beauty pill formula. Sun demanded her property back, her eyes blazing with rising fury. The rival mocked the note as a fraud's trash. She laughed, asking what she traded for such garbage. Sun snapped, accusing Suna of being the real streetwalker. The tension in the room reached a boiling point. Suna smirked, threatening to tear the formula to pieces. She wouldn't let her rival have even a hope. Shock paralyzed her as the paper ripped, but the silence didn't last long. A primal scream erupted. She wouldn't be bullied anymore. With a thunderous crack, her palm met her rival's face in a fierce slap. The executives watched in horror. The corporate boardroom had transformed into a savage battlefield. Hair was pulled and insults flew. 2 elegant women were now fighting like beasts over the secret. Death threats echoed through the halls. Just as the chaos peaked, the heavy doors swung wide open. The icy president, Shuraku, stood there. Her aura was enough to freeze the blood of everyone present. The fighting stopped instantly. The queen had arrived, and her wrath was about to be unleashed. A heavy silence falls as the president reveals his secret. Tension explodes at the board meeting. CEO Zia slams the table as their rivals dominate the market. The directors freeze in silence. For 3 years, their innovation has been stone-cold dead. Desperate to save face, the employees cry about competition, but the president isn't buying their excuses. They claim to have scoured the world for a miracle formula, yet they return empty-handed again. President Zia reveals her painful past, building this empire for her family's sake, refusing to surrender. Suddenly, the wicked Suna points a finger, claiming our heroine is hiding a secret trump card. A scrap of paper. Suna mocks it, unaware it holds the legendary beauty pill formula. The board gasps. An ancient recipe thought lost to time is now right before their eyes. If this girl has the formula, our company will rise from the ashes like a phoenix. CEO Zia's eyes sharpen. She demands to see the paper, even if it's been shredded. Our heroine stammers that it's just a prank from her mysterious friend, but the air grows heavy. Suna sneers as she hands over the torn pieces, thinking she's finally crushed her rival's reputation. Confusion turns to shock. How could a divine secret be written on such a cheap scrap of paper? Wait, an expert director interrupts, his hands trembling as he grabs a single, tiny fragment. His eyes widen. This isn't trash, it's the real deal. Fury instantly turns toward the arrogant Suna. You fool, you've sabotaged our last hope. The director's rage shakes the very walls of the room. Get out. Suna is banished from the meeting as legal threats rain down upon her head. The room descends into chaos. Every high-ranking official is now crawling on the floor for those scraps. Suna's pathetic excuses fall on deaf ears. Her jealousy has just cost her everything. The formula is genuine. Recovering it means billions in profit and a new era for the company. CEO Zia barks orders. Every soul in the room must help gather the shattered pieces of salvation. The wrath of Director Zia is absolute. Suna's petty act of sabotage has sealed her fate. You're fired. Suna is demoted to a lowly clerk at their newest store in total disgrace. Night falls on the city. Our heroine returns home, searching for the mysterious boy named Chang. She stares into the dark, realizing the joke her friend wrote was actually a priceless treasure. Who is he? A hidden master with strength beyond measure and secrets that could change the world. Is he a stranger she shouldn't have trusted, or a god who descended into her life? Suddenly, a cold hand reaches out. Her heart skips a beat as a shadow looms behind. It's Chang. He stands there with a nonchalant gaze, asking if she was calling for him. The atmosphere turns electric as he sits beside her, watching her flustered, trembling hands. She offers a tearful apology for the torn recipe, but Chang's expression remains calm and bored. That scrap, it was just for beginners. He offers her something far more legendary instead. Shocked by his words, she watches as he casually heads to bed, exhausted from his secret deeds. Wait, she calls out, desperate to know why the CEO is suddenly hunting for him. The woman who once ignored him now begs for an audience with the hidden master. Disgusted, Chang scoffs. He doesn't have time for those who only look at the surface. He was treated like trash yesterday, so why should he act like their savior today? He agrees to the meeting, but on his own terms. The king will decide her fate. With a cold click, the door shuts. The conversation is over for now. Miles away, a phone rings. CEO Zia is informed of the boy's arrogant but intriguing response. I'll go personally, she decides. The hunt for this mysterious protagonist has finally begun. Watch him closely. This loser is far more dangerous and valuable than anyone ever imagined. A scene at the office, and now this. CEO Zia smiles, finding her target truly fascinating. Dawn breaks. Chang stands before the massive pharmacy hall, his sharp eyes scanning for his next move. He steps into the crowd, a hidden dragon among sheep, analyzing the world he will soon dominate. A legendary gaze falls upon a masterpiece, freezing our protagonist in place. He scoffs, calling the treasure a mere imitation before Elder Ren approaches. Young Miss Zixuan bristles with rage, demanding how a peasant dares insult their relic. Ren warns her to be humble, but she insists the brat is spewing lies. The elder demands proof, noting that countless experts hailed this painting as divine. With a cold smirk, the boy claims those experts are blind to true quality. He admits the forgery is masterful, yet ultimately worthless in his enlightened eyes. Zixuan snaps, her pride wounded while her grandfather fruitlessly tries to restrain her. Rushing forward, she unleashes a lethal kick aimed directly at the boy's head. Panic strikes the elder. His granddaughter's martial arts are meant to kill, not play. Thud, he catches her strike midair, mocking her pathetic lack of true strength. Stunned, she flushes red and screams, "Pervert," as he refuses to release his grip. With a flick, he slams her down, noting he finally found a martial artist. He mocks her technique, claiming her rough style belongs to a man's world. Fury burns in her eyes, but Ren commands her to stand down immediately. The elder freezes, blocking that strike with such ease was simply impossible. The boy questions her use of true energy, his voice dripping with ancient authority. Suddenly, a crushing aura explodes from him, pinning the terrified girl to the floor. She gasps for her grandfather to flee, realizing they are facing a monster. Ren bows deeply, begging forgiveness for his granddaughter's childish and reckless arrogance. After forcing an apology, the elder begs for the secret behind the forgery. Channeling pure power, the boy reveals hidden marks on the canvas for all. He explains that true masters of deception hide their identity within these very strokes. The lecture ends as a courier arrives with the rare herbs the boy requested. Miss Yu bows low, honored to serve, yet worried if he can afford it. The boy smiles, admitting he prefers her wilder, more untamed spirit from before. She scoffs at his arrogance, warning him that her master would humble him. Ren interrupts, trembling as he realizes the boy's power equals a grandmaster's. Terrified, she cowers behind her grandfather, who sighs at her ruined upbringing. The elder notes the massive order will take days to gather from their vaults. The boy nods, promising to return once his newfound fortune is ready to spend. As the legend departs, Ren reveals his ties to the mysterious Yi family. The old man shivers, knowing the city's peace will soon burn to ashes. Walking through the streets, the boy remembers the anniversary of his parents' tragedy. Darkness flickers in his eyes. A mole must be eliminated before the ritual. Back at the shop, Zixuan remains in denial of the boy's overwhelming dominance. Ren corrects her sharply. The boy isn't just stronger, he is on another level. He explains that to such a being, normal humans are merely pathetic ants. She argues that his youthful face couldn't possibly hide a legendary grandmaster. Ren whispers that he is something far worse, a nightmare they cannot cross. A greedy shadow stalks the boy, hoping to claim a bounty on his head. The boy vanishes into a dark alley, leaving his stalker confused and alone. The hunter becomes the prey, as a cold presence descends from the heavens. A heavy hand lands on the stalker's head, chilling his very soul. The boy's voice turns lethal, demanding a single reason to let the rat live. The lowly PI Fan Tamang attempts to explain his life, but the boy's icy gaze silences him instantly. Our hero's patience snaps. He demands to know which mastermind is pulling the strings from the shadows. A 1,000,000 yuan bounty hangs over him. Shenhai is desperate to find the legendary youth at any cost. 3 days remain. If the old man isn't treated, his life will vanish into the eternal abyss. The detective sneers, suggesting they split the reward, but the boy senses a pathetic, desperate trap. Impatient, Chang demands the truth. On his knees, the pursuer finally crumbles under the suffocating pressure. Shen was lost without a lead. Suddenly, the stunning sun appears, ready to transform our hero's image. Why the sudden makeover? She's taking him on a shopping spree for a legendary new look and phone. He finds the fuss irritating, but she insists on staying connected. The ultimate glow-up is finally beginning. Don't worry about the cost, she beams. At the mall, the nerd prepares to unleash his true form. The transformation is complete. He looks like a god-tier heartthrob, leaving everyone in the mall completely breathless. You'll be a total chick magnet on campus, she teases, but his cold heart remains utterly unmoved. She offers to play matchmaker, teasing the innocent youth about his lack of romantic experience and charms. He's focused only on cultivation, yet a painful memory of his family's tragic downfall begins to resurface. Before the tragedy, a simple love letter led to a humiliation that would scar his soul forever. Publicly rejected and mocked, he became the school's laughingstock, his dignity crushed in front of a cruel crowd. Labeled a failure, he spiraled into darkness. Now, his hidden aura begins to flicker with vengeful rage. As he cultivates mid-thought, Sun worries her teasing words have accidentally bruised his fragile, masculine pride. To comfort him, she claims she's single too. He simply snaps, telling her to focus on the shopping. The bickering stops as a red-haired snake from the past recognizes Sun and approaches with a smirk. The woman mocks Sun's low taste, assuming the handsome youth beside her is just another penniless loser. Still dating trash, she sneers, comparing our hero to the disgraced and forgotten family's youngest son. She laughs at his poor appearance, unaware that a sleeping dragon stands right before her very eyes. Her boyfriend asks for the gossip. She happily prepares to recount the pathetic tale of the fallen Yi. His family was exterminated, she laughs. The air turns freezing as the boy's killing intent finally awakens. Cultivating through the rage, he decides this woman's loud mouth needs to be silenced once and for all. Sun senses the danger and begs him to walk away before the mall becomes a bloody battlefield. The bully refuses to stop, hurling insults and calling them beggars while flaunting her own fake wealth. They turn to leave, but the hero's shadow looms large. The seeds of a brutal reckoning are sown. Sun warns him about the police, but they soon encounter a suit that radiates pure, masculine power. It's the store's masterpiece, priced at 360,000 yuan, a sum meant only for kings. Sun's heart sinks. She only has 300,000. She tries to hide her embarrassment from him. The red-haired bully returns, cackling at their empty pockets and mocking Sun's lack of financial status. She continues her venomous assault, laughing as Sun tries to defend the boy's honor amidst the insults. The snake crosses the line, mocking Sun's sick brother. The atmosphere turns heavy with impending, violent doom. My friend is Chuan, she boasts, believing her connections make her invincible in this city's high society. She dares Sun to strike her. Suddenly, the boy moves like a blur, intervening with lethal, cold precision. Smack, a devastating slap sends the bully flying. He vows to make her silence absolutely permanent this time. The crowd gasps in horror. The woman screams, threatening him with her boyfriend's supposed corporate power. Do you know who we are? She shrieks. The boy stares back with eyes that fear no man. Her boyfriend brags about his 5 million yuan salary, his arrogance blinding him to the true danger. The height of folly. Suddenly, the legendary Shenhua enters the mall, his presence commanding absolute, total silence. Who dares use my group's name to insult Master Yi? Shenhua roars, his voice trembling with fury. The CFO turns pale as a ghost. Sun watches, stunned that such a powerful tycoon would bow here. The bullies realize their fatal mistake. The consequences for mocking this hidden master will be truly unimaginable. Ignoring the sycophant's desperate praise, the legendary Shen strides toward Yi Chen. Gripping the youth's hands, he trembles. I have searched the heavens for you. My life would have ended in despair had we not met again today. The crowd watches in stunned silence. How could this titan of industry bow before a mere penniless boy? Yi Chen's gaze remains cold as ice. Your family treated me like mountain trash, he remarks with cutting indifference. The debt is paid, Shen declares. He commands his heir to step forth, demanding a shameful public apology. The arrogant young master drops to his knees. Humiliated, he begs for a mercy he never showed to others. Onlookers gasp at the impossible sight. The tiger of the city is tamed. Who is this mysterious 𝑦i-chen? Disregarding the drama, Yi turns to Sun. Let's go, I'll buy you the finest threads. The elite are left utterly ignored. The air turns heavy with disbelief. To treat Lord Shen like a commoner, 𝑦i-chen's arrogance is truly godlike. Kneel until he grants you life. The elder's roar echoes through the hall. Forgiveness is now a matter of survival. The director tries to mask his terror. A simple misunderstanding, surely, he stammers, sweating under the heavy atmosphere. You dared use my name to offend him. Shen's voice thunders with pure rage. You're finished. Get out of my sight. Ruin stares the director in the face. Nearby, Sun trembles, realizing she has accidentally befriended a dragon in hiding. Sun gazes at her new modest outfits. How can you afford this? She whispers, unaware of the power he wields. She chose the cheapest items to save him. Her kindness shines brighter than any diamond, a rare soul in a greedy world. 𝑦i-chen watches her with a soft smile. A woman of true virtue, he muses. She is worth more than any treasure. Suddenly, Shen's men arrive at the mall. They offer deep bows and luxury gifts, seeking to wash away Sun's earlier humiliation. She gasps, recognizing the high-end designer gowns. The very dresses she dared not even touch are now offered to her freely. 𝑦i-chen sees right through the old fox. Shen is desperately trying to buy his favor by treating Sun like a queen. One final chance for your clan, Yi says. His voice is like a death sentence. 9 a.m. sharp at the Shen Manor. I will either save your bloodline or erase it from this world forever. The weight of his words chills the air. It is an absolute honor, Shen cries. Far away in a sprawling hidden estate, whispers of the boy's return begin. Shuren stares at the surveillance footage. It's him. 𝑦i-chen has truly returned. But his aura is now dangerously sharp. The face of the loser is gone. In its place stands a kingly figure with eyes that have seen the abyss. How could Lord Shen bow to him? Her companion asks in trembling confusion. The social hierarchy is being torn apart. He isn't just powerful, Shuren whispers. He is someone who holds fate itself within the palm of his hand. But Shan sneers with arrogant disdain. He was a fool 5 years ago, and a fool he remains today. You're wrong, the woman insists. The man in those videos is a monster disguised in a human's handsome skin. Shan laughs, fueled by old family grudges. His family fell like rotten fruit. He is nothing but a ghost returning. Back at the apartment, gifts pile high. Sun looks at the mountain of luxury. How do you know such important people? 𝑦i-chen simply smiles, enjoying her wonder. To him, these legends are mere ants beneath his newly awakened martial might. You must meet the city's great beauty, Sun insists, trying to play matchmaker, but 𝑦i-chen's heart remains like stone. He turns to the television in boredom. Breaking news flashes, 2 prominent corpses found mangled within their own fortress. The Chen family leaders have been slaughtered. A professional strike, calculated and cold. The city's underworld begins to panic. Sun shudders at the gruesome report. Death is merely a natural law, he notes. His casual tone is deeply unsettling. I am the world's greatest reaper. He speaks the truth, but she laughs. To her, it's just another strange joke. She leaves to try on her new silks. 𝑦i-chen sighs as the door closes. The truth is often the hardest lie. He slips out into the midnight shadows. Seeking rare herbs to fuel his cultivation, he heads toward an ancient Chinese pharmacy. A sharp voice cuts through the darkness. A beautiful policewoman blocks his path. Found you at last, you slippery brat. 𝑦i-chen groans, sensing a massive headache. Law enforcement is the last thing he needs while rebuilding his path to the top. He tries to vanish into the crowd. Not so fast, she shouts, cornering him. Explain what happened to the Chen family. Then she whispers a forbidden name. Tell me about the Yi clan massacre. 𝑦i-chen freezes, his killing intent exploding. The Yi family's famous piece of trash shouldn't have such terrifying strength. She mocks him, testing his breaking point. In a blur, he pins her to the wall. His hand tightens around her throat. Choose your next words very carefully, officer. She gasps, her eyes filled with shock. Feed me dinner and I might talk. He releases her, his mystery only deepening. Rejecting the meal, he vanishes. The officer doubts such youth possesses ancient strength. Home at last, his kitchen becomes a sanctum. He meticulously sorts herbs and spirit stones. He gambles on a microwave for alchemy. This modern path to pill-making proves dangerously difficult. The door dings, revealing 5 glowing pills. Against all logic, his alchemical miracle succeeded. These treasures will heal Shen Hua. In the silence, his roommate rouses from her sleep. Her eyes snap open as he leaves. "Where are you going?" she demands with suspicion. "To save a life," he replies. "Call if the shadow of danger finds you today." She scoffs at his medical delusions. Yet, something about his new aura feels undeniably divine. The anniversary of his family's massacre nears. She dreads the crushing weight of being alone. Why was the Yi bloodline erased? They were noble souls, now lost to cold history. Elsewhere, thugs eye the beautiful 𝑑𝒆𝒓𝒇𝒆𝒄𝒕. They wonder which elite man she is waiting for. "A goddess wouldn't wait for a loser," they sneer, certain she seeks a royal suitor. "You are wrong," Yi declares, appearing suddenly. "She is not here for the likes of you." The thugs boast of their little prince status, mocking his plain clothes and quiet presence. "She is waiting for me," Yi smirks. They laugh, calling him a pathetic, delusional peasant. Suddenly, her eyes brighten. "Mr. Yi," she calls, silencing the bullies with her radiant smile. She confesses her long wait. He offers a cool apology for being fashionably late. She mistakes the thugs for friends. He denies it as she warns of local trash. The bullies stand humiliated. Soon, they arrive at the Shin Manor for the final cure. He presents the pills. The patriarch watches with heavy, soul-deep skepticism. "No surgery," they question. The mother demands modern science over this mysterious ancient medicine. "Swallow them all," Yi commands. His voice rings with the authority of a supreme master. Golden energy explodes from his pores. The room trembles as the medicine awakens his chi. A celestial warmth floods his body. For decades, he has never felt such overwhelming peace. "I am reborn," he roars. He bows to the boy, forever indebted to his genius. 100 million is offered, plus the key to a legendary, high-end luxury penthouse. They offer a feast, but Yi just wants his new sanctuary for deeper cultivation. He knows this titan holds secrets about the Tenzing group and his father's fall. His father's empire was stolen after the tragedy. Information has been a ghost until now. He accepts the home. "I will host the dinner," he says, vanishing into the night. At the warehouse, rare herbs await. The air hums with the potential for legendary pills. "Master Yi has arrived," Ren cheers. "The freshest spirit herbs have just been delivered." The quality is superb. "I will take them all," Yi declares, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Ren asks for 5 million. He knows these treasures are worth 10 times that price. He pays instantly, then asks of the granddaughter, his interest piqued by her hidden potential. She is training with her master. He quickly scribbles a profound secret onto a page. "Give her this," he says. "She will realize her true destiny upon seeing it." Ren agrees. "Where can I find an alchemy furnace? Modern stoves limit my true power." Ren is stunned. Making pills on a stove is a feat of pure madness. Pill masters vanished thousands of years ago. To find one now is a global miracle. Ren realizes the truth. These herbs are not for tea, they are for the forbidden alchemy. He shrugs it off. "I just like furnaces," but Ren knows he has met a legend. He mentions an auction. Later, the granddaughter returns, her brow furrowed with martial frustration. "Did you cause trouble?" Ren asks. The girl bristles, her pride wounded by the question. Rena's curiosity triggers a fierce spark of feminine jealousy. The elder's words fueled her rage, realizing her target had dared to flee. Her master warned that hidden dragons always walk among the common folk. Ren, exhausted by her pride, shoved the mysterious note into her hands. "What trash is this?" she hissed, discarding the paper with utter disdain. The master's eyes widened as he snatched the falling scrap, sensing power. Recognition struck like lightning. This was the brushwork of a legendary master. Panic surged through him as he demanded an audience with this specialist. He confessed his heart method was flawed, slowly destroying his very soul. Zixuan froze, finally understanding the agonizing pain that haunted her daily training. "Stop at once," the master pleaded, fearing his disciple was courting death. One more step on this path would lead her straight to the grave. The grandfather trembled, knowing her downfall would mean the entire family's ruin. Yet this paper held the key, a divine gift from a transcendent noble. Zixuan stood stunned. Who was this boy to earn her master's reverence? Meanwhile, Yi surveyed his new domain, a sprawling villa gifted for prowess. He wandered through halls of gold and marble, a king in his palace. Luxury surrounded him, yet the silence of the empty rooms felt cold. His thoughts drifted to Sun Yi, wishing she was there to share victory. Unease gnawed at him as he waited for her return from her hometown. He stood alone, the sole survivor of a once happy and humble family. On this dark anniversary, he swore a blood oath to butcher his enemies. From the abyss of suffering, a god of vengeance had finally been reborn. A chime broke his reverie. His arsenal of legendary medicinal herbs had arrived. This massive villa was the perfect fortress to forge his path to power. The delivery was complete, leaving Yi to start his supreme alchemical refinement. A presence approached. The master had come, sensing Yi's terrifying martial aura. But before a word was spoken, the old warrior collapsed to his knees. "I owe you my life," he cried, leaving Zixuan speechless and confused. He introduced himself as a humble seeker before the greatness of the Grandmaster. Yi frowned, unfamiliar with the lofty titles of this modern martial world. The old man gasped. How could such a monster not know his rank? Yi explained his mountain training, a disciple entering a world of weaklings. The master began teaching him the hierarchy of power within the mortal realms. Yi realized their ultimate techniques were mere child's play compared to his. A smirk played on his lips as he grasped the true scale of power. "Are there any real challengers in this country?" Yi asked with cold indifference. The master named the 4 great families, the titans who ruled from shadows. Yi recalled their threats, welcoming the chance to turn their pride into ashes. He vowed that soon, these untouchables would learn the meaning of true fear. The master shivered, sensing a murderous intent that could swallow the sun. How many corpses had this young man stepped over to reach such heights? His concern shifted back to Sun Yi. Silence from her phone signaled danger. He decided to hunt for her tomorrow. For now, hunger demanded attention. He found himself at a familiar shop, a place of warm childhood memories. Stepping inside, the nostalgic scent of home welcomed the returning legendary warrior. A ghost town restaurant. Still, the handsome hero orders one last feast. "We're closing," she sighs. A new location, a fresh start elsewhere. Bruises mark her skin. A predator enters, demanding she serves him. Uncle Wang. He treats the boy like a returning king. Both are beaten. One bite sparks a childhood fire within him. A chair flies, shattering against his invisible shield of pure aura. Thugs sneer at the boy, ordering him to vanish instantly. It's the collector who, hunting for Uncle Wang's blood today. Who demands his tribute? Wang begs for mercy on his knees. No pity. Who knows their secrets and every hiding spot? Pay 50,000 or die. The restaurant's fate is bleeding. Who barks again? The hero's cold patience finally snaps shut. Ordering me. The thugs laugh, unaware the dragon has awakened. One slap. The lackey tastes floor before he can even blink. Down already. Who roars, lunging for a fight he can't win? Another strike. Who is launched, becoming one with the ceiling? Panic strikes the men. The hero's eyes promise a living nightmare. They hit the ground, begging for a life they've wasted. A broken who promises to never touch Uncle Wang again. Vanish from this street forever. His word is now absolute law. The trash flees. Chang sighs at the mess they left behind. Wangs recognize him. Their lost boy is truly, miraculously alive. Tears flow. The legendary protector has finally returned from death. Heading to Sun's place, but a different scent remains inside. A silhouette waits, not Sun but a sharp, icy beauty. It's 𝑩𝒐𝒅𝒚. The goddess confronts him in the cold shadows. She remembers the lobby. "Who are you?" she demands sharply. Suspecting he's a thief, why is he in her friend's home? He explains calmly, but the predator goddess watches him closely. He demands she leave. She reveals Sun is in grave danger. Something is wrong. Sun is gone. The hero moves instantly. 𝑩𝒐𝒅𝒚 calls out, but he leaves the goddess in his dust. No one ignores her like that. Her pride is totally crushed. She realizes he's the key. He holds the ultimate formula. He hunts the city. Sun is nowhere to be found alone. Time for shadows. He dials a secret, ancient, forbidden number. A kingpin answers. The temple master has finally called home. "Track me and die." His voice chills the entire underworld. "Find her, 5 minutes. The supreme ruler has given orders." The contact has waited 3 long years for this call. The report is in. Sun is at the city hospital, breaking. She sold everything for her brother. Chang's heart sinks. Relieved but heavy-hearted, Sun is breaking under the weight. Sun paces the ward, desperate for a medical miracle now. Needs 300,000. She's at her final breaking point. Her parents sob, drowning in debt. They beg her to ask her wealthy uncle, but she refuses to bow down. Why beg those vultures? Suddenly, the hospital doors burst open. It's the arrogant uncles, dripping in gold and ego. The niece greets them, leaving the greedy relatives speechless. She has transformed into a breathtaking beauty since they last met. Her father pleads for his son's life, promising every cent back. But Yan Fu coldly claims his business is failing. A blatant lie. To this snake, helping his own flesh and blood is just a waste of his precious fortune. As the boy nears death, the aunt smirks. She has a dark plan to use the girl as a pawn. She offers the girl to a powerful magnate, Mr. Lei, a human sacrifice for her own social climbing and favors. Yan Fu loves the idea. He asks if she's single, seeing her only as a product to be sold off. She says no boyfriend exists. The aunt, Don Kai, eagerly describes the honor of marrying a rich old man. The girl's heart sinks. She listens in horror as her own family plots to sell her soul for quick cash. Trembling at the word marriage, she recoils. Her aunt paints a fake picture of a glamorous, wealthy life of luxury. Enough, her father explodes, realizing they're auctioning his daughter. But the greedy aunt won't stop her cruel sales pitch. She uses the 14-year-old boy's life as a weapon. "Do it for your brother," she whispers with truly venomous intent. The father collapses in shame, cursing his own poverty. He feels like a failure for not being rich enough. The uncles laugh it off. It's just drama, they say. Marrying a tycoon is a blessing for a peasant family. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes. "Who dares try to marry off my girlfriend to someone else?" The entire room freezes. It's him. Chang strides in, calling her a silly girl for hiding her heavy burdens from his sight alone. He claims her as his. The parents are stunned. Who is this handsome, confident young man appearing out of nowhere? Chang pulls her into a protective hug. The aunt sneers, demanding proof since the girl claimed to be single. "Prove it," the uncle growls. Desperate to escape the magnate's clutches, the girl makes a bold, life-changing move today. She leans in and kisses him. The uncles are paralyzed with shock as their golden ticket slips away instantly. The uncle scoffs at the surgery's price. 400,000 yuan. A peasant boy could never afford that amount. Chang smirks. "It's already paid," he declares calmly. The room falls silent as the loser boy reveals his power. He claims the legendary Dr. Yi handled it. The aunt laughs, calling him a delusional fraud with no status. "Who is this Dr. Yi?" she mocks. But then the hospital's top director arrives, looking for a special guest. Dr. Chu ignores the wealthy uncles completely. He rushes toward Chang with deep respect, bowing before the young master. Shockwaves ripple through the room. The loser is actually a medical god. Even the girl can't believe her eyes. Dr. Chu reveals Chang's elite connections to the Shen family. The arrogant uncles break into a terrified, cold sweat. The parents are speechless. Chang lets go of the doctor's hand, proving he's no fraud but a true powerhouse. The uncle tries to protest, but Dr. Chu isn't listening. He calls security to drag these rabid relatives away. Get them out of here. Chang watches with a sharp smile as the bullies are finally humiliated and silenced. Desperate, she begs Chang for help. He nods, vowing to save her brother with his own divine medical hands. Dr. Chu is honored to assist. Chang then hands over a secret paper, legendary acupuncture techniques that leave him trembling. The boy's surgery is guaranteed now. Chang even settles the entire bill, leaving the aunt's jaw on the floor. Her parents are overjoyed, but confused. Just who is this mysterious man who saved their family with such ease? Later, the father pulls her aside. He's grateful, but worried about his daughter living with such a powerful stranger. The desperate sister begs for his help. Chang realizes the patient is her brother and orders the surgery immediately. He decides to step in personally. The protagonist stands tall, ready to perform a miracle that no one expected. To be absolutely certain, he asks the doctor to confirm the procedure. The legend is about to begin now. He scribbles divine acupuncture secrets on paper. These forbidden techniques will push the doctor's medical skills to heaven. The doctor reads the paper in awe, terrified he might forget a single word of this godly medical knowledge. Chang settles the final bill, ignoring the girls' protests. He has more wealth than they could ever imagine. The family is saved, but the parents wonder, who is this mysterious boyfriend who commands such incredible respect? They send her home to rest while they watch over the boy. But before she leaves, her father stops her. He warns her with heavy eyes. Even as a couple, living together so soon might bring unexpected, dangerous disadvantages. Flustered, the girl denies her father's wild claims. Little does she know, the young master is listening closely. She snaps at his eavesdropping, her face burning with shame. They start to leave, but a sudden realization hits. Her car was seized by debt collectors. But then, Yi Chang appears, casually dangling her keys with a smirk. Our hero explains he intercepted the repossession earlier. Overwhelmed with relief, Sun throws her arms around him tightly. He gently strokes her hair, whispering that he owes her more. Sun looks up, confused by his mysterious gratitude. Why is he being so protective? He hints that all will be revealed tomorrow, leaving her heart racing fast. Suddenly, a bone-chilling cold fills the air. She blames the air conditioner, but the protagonist knows the terrifying truth. It is pure, suffocating bloodlust. He tells her to shut up and follow his instructions to the absolute letter. He flings the door open, ordering her to drive straight home. Do not stop. Do not look back. Once safe, she must hide his phone in her room and dial the very first contact on his list. She must demand the department's most elite warrior arrive within 30 minutes. But if they break in, surrender. He leaps out as she speeds away. A storm is coming that no ordinary human could ever hope to survive. This is a clash of titans, a martial arts war. Suddenly, headlights pierce the dark as a vehicle draws near. Two figures emerge from the shadows. Our hero scans them, realizing only one of these pests is worth his time. A long-haired man steps forward with a sinister grin. He mocks the fact that an heir to the family survives. Memory flashes. This is the monster behind the village massacre. The protagonist's blood boils as he recognizes his killer. Did you come to finish the job? The villain laughs, calling the boy an insignificant bug not worth his attention. He orders his guard, Guang King, to squash the brat. The brute charges forward, aiming for a swift strike. With effortless grace, Yi Chang delivers a devastating kick. The guard is sent flying like a broken ragdoll. The villain scoffs at his fallen dog. He warns the boy that his death will be slow and unimaginably painful. Yo Jinu is eager to see what 5 years of hiding has taught him. He reveals the dark truth. It was he who orchestrated the family's bloody end. He admits the boy has talent for defeating a mere guard. Our dark-haired hero stares him down, unfazed. He coldly asks what the old fossil is rambling about with arrogance. The villain offers a sick deal. Become his obedient lapdog to replace the trash he just disposed of earlier. Yi Chang scoffs, mocking the old man's pathetic martial arts. This insult sends the villain into a blind rage. A demonic aura erupts, filled with red-eyed shadows. Our hero simply asks when the old fool became so delusional. Cold sweat pours down the villain's face. An overwhelming pressure crushes him, the unmistakable aura of a legendary grandmaster. With a gaze as cold as death, the boy vows to make this suffering last. The villain is paralyzed. How can a mere child possess such divine power? He has trained for 40 years and never touched this level. His hands shake uncontrollably. His soul is screaming in terror, forcing him to fight the urge to flee. He steels himself, cursing the boy's forbidden power. He believes his decades of experience will surely trump raw strength. Experience versus power. Yi Chang remains unmoved as the old man prepares a final, desperate assault on his life. With a roar, the villain lunges. His lethal claws graze the air, millimeters from the protagonist's calm, focused face. Yi Chang dodges with supernatural speed. He strikes back, and the two clash in a spectacular explosion of force. The hero's hands are slightly grazed. The villain sneers, asking how much longer he can withstand this relentless barrage. Inspecting the scratches, our hero admits the old man has bite. He actually managed to draw a drop of blood. But he mocks the effort, asking if these tiny scratches are the best a master of 40 years can do. The villain's ego shatters as he notices his own hand. One of his fingers is snapped like a twig. With a predator's smile, Yi Chang unleashes his aura once more. Is this the experience you were bragging about? He leaps into the air like a vengeful god. Tonight, your debt to my family will be paid in blood. The villain looks up in horror, convinced the boy's arrogance in the air will be his final, fatal mistake. He thinks he has the advantage. He channels every ounce of energy into a final blow against the hero. His strike connects, seemingly shattering the boy's legs. The old man cackles, thinking the battle is finally won. But his joy turns to ash. It was all a cruel illusion. Yi Chang had been playing with his mind. Terror grips his heart. Is this level of divine power even possible? Meanwhile, the real hunt begins right now. A cold whisper echoes. Before the elder can react, Yi Chang strikes from the shadows like a reaper. A master's end, he sneers, grinding the old man's face into the asphalt with cold-blooded pride. Tough skull you've got, he mocks. The battered elder gasps in horror, his reality shattering completely. Grabbing him by the hair, the young master hauls him up. Speak in live or rot in silence. How did you find me? How many others share this secret? His voice is ice, demanding the truth. The coward begs for mercy, pleading for a deal. But Yi Chang's eyes blaze with pure fury. You think you're in a position to negotiate? 𝑑𝒆𝒓𝒇𝒆𝒄𝒕 spits. It all started with a database leak. A hidden dark web file sparked the hunt. He dug into the shadows, chasing a ghost from the past. The resemblance was uncanny, a dead man walking. He had to confront this impossible reincarnation of Yi Chang. Loose ends are fatal, especially since the Dragon Master ordered the total annihilation of the Yi bloodline. With a heavy boot on his spine, the boy demands, the Dragon Master's name and location. Now. Does he know I'm back? The dying man chuckles weakly. His name is a myth even to us. Even the capital's elite only whisper that title. His true identity and sanctuary remain hidden in mystery. Are you just a lowly pawn? Yi Chang sneers. The elder nods, a mere speck in a deadly hierarchy. Did he slaughter my kin just because of my father's pride? The boy's heart burns with hatred. He sought a treasure, the man wheezes, and the scent led directly to the Yi family's doorstep. Yi Chang's mind races. Could it be the mysterious stone his father left behind, a dangerous legacy? Does he seek the cemetery of reincarnations, the forbidden power sealed within that ancient, pulsing artifact? 𝑑𝒆𝒓𝒇𝒆𝒄𝒕 laughs through the pain. My men are at Sun's door. Kill me and she dies too. A crunch echoes as Yi Chang crushes his skull. I told you, you're in no position to bargain. Meanwhile, Sun sprints through the streets, her lungs burning. She must reach home before it's too late. Shadows are closing in. Someone is tailing her. Panicked, she pushes her limits to reach the apartment. Slamming the door, she gasps for air. No time for rest. She must find the phone and call. A deep voice answers the line. She blurts out her address, desperate for a miracle to happen. Yi Chang sent me. Send your strongest warriors within 30 minutes. Outside, the wolves have finally arrived. Masked assassins gather in the hallway. Move fast, the leader hisses. Leave no soul breathing in here. Kill every witness. Inside, the purple-haired beauty trembles, clinging to the silent phone in her hand. Are you still there? Please hurry. Fear chokes her as she hears the lock start to rattle. Understood. The line goes dead. Sun prays to the heavens that help is actually on the way. At Kind Long headquarters, a powerful figure glares. Who dares threaten my master's world? He growls. Rage erupts. Find them and slaughter them all. He bellows for his elite guards to appear. Ninja-like shadows materialize instantly. To Jiang Xiying, he commands. The hunt for the master's enemies begins. If a single hair on her head is harmed, you will all pay with your lives. Yes, master. He turns his back. Ready the helicopter. I will personally go and paint the city red. But the 6 families, the provincial summit is tomorrow. A subordinate stammers, fearing the political fallout. Jiangnan province means nothing compared to him. Tell the families, I am not coming. If they have a problem, they can crawl here and face me. The ultimate defiance of power. Crash, the door splinters. The masked killer enters, catching the scent of his terrified, hiding prey. Hiding like a little mouse, he chuckles. Sun's blood runs cold as the predator draws near. Footsteps thud, but then a strange blue glow radiates from the doorway. What did he do? Come out, little girl, a voice purrs. Be good and I will make your end quick. A darker laugh follows. Quick is no fun. Suddenly the leader barks, stop, don't kill her yet. Confusion ripples through them. Yao has gone silent, the leader reveals, checking his glowing phone screen. The situation has shifted. She's a valuable hostage now, but feel free to play with her first. With a wicked grin, a monster lunges toward her, but suddenly, his eyes widen in pure terror. He strikes the frame with fury, yet the barrier stands unmoved. Confusion clouds his mind as the door holds. Not a single scratch remains. As he reels, a comrade steps forward to claim his turn at the gate. Stop, the leader warns, sensing a massive surge of chi. Suddenly, the henchman's striking arm erupts into light. Blazing flames consume his flesh as primal terror takes hold. The agonizing heat devours his very soul instantly. His screams echo as he falls, a human torch. The group watches, frozen by a sudden, icy dread. Is he dead? The leader trembles, realizing this entrance is protected by a power beyond human logic. Brutal force is useless here. One more move, and this cursed energy will incinerate us all, he warns. Their target is no ordinary weakling. What is our plan, Captain? A terrified soldier asks, trembling in fear. If power fails, we use our craft, the leader says, revealing a set of specialized master lockpicks. The elite assassins nod. Even legendary killers must rely on the tools of the trade, sometimes to finish. Within the silence, she trembles. Was that a death cry? Fear grips her heart as footsteps approach fast. A creak breaks the tension. Through the widening gap, a predator's eyes gleam with a dark, sinister intent. He steps inside, stunned by her divine beauty. Your existence cost us a brother's life, he growls lowly. You will pay for his blood. She backs away, begging for mercy as the shadows close in tight. Keep her breathing, the leader commands. Remembering Yi Chang's words, she decides to wait for her rescue. She yields, praying for a miracle. Suddenly, a gleaming blade whistles through the air, finding its mark perfectly. Who dares touch our king's property? A shadow appears. A ninja has arrived to claim immediate, bloody vengeance. How dare you? The assassin bellows, while his leader pales at the mention of a terrifying king. The masked man sneers, ignoring the warning. Virtue means nothing to a dead man, he mocks the ninja. Slash, another shadow strikes from behind. The leader's heart sinks. They have picked the wrong fight tonight. The king of Jangan, the province's most feared monster. They drop their weapons, paralyzed by pure, absolute terror. Is the nightmare over? We serve Master Yi, the ninjas announce, bowing low before the trembling girl. You are safe now, she gasps. Yi Chang, he sent you. Meanwhile, at the silent, lonely mountain peaks, Yi Chang ascends the stone steps, dragging his prey. He finally stands before his parents' sacred resting place. I've returned, mother, father. With a brutal kick, he sends the broken master crashing into the hard stone. Kneel, he roars. The old man spits blood, clinging to his pathetic pride as a fallen grandmaster. I won't bow to a brat. Kill me, the old fool screams, his arrogance still unyielding and sharp. Crack, Yi Chang slams his head into the dirt repeatedly. I said, kneel. The pride finally shatters completely. Rage blazes in his eyes. Again, he bellows, forcing the man's face back into the unforgiving earth. He continues until the body goes limp. Now, it is time for the ritual sacrifice, he whispers coldly. He stuffs the carcass into a sack. Pouring wine, he offers a final, bitter toast to the dead. This is only the first. His eyes glow crimson. The debt of 5 years ago will be paid. The capital will burn for their sins. As dawn breaks, Sun wanders into the lonely, silent graveyard. White lilies in hand, her mind races. The chaos of last night still haunts her every single thought. Her mysterious roommate. If he didn't look like her lost friend, she never would have let him inside. Bottles litter the grass. There, sprawled before the stones, she finds Yi Chang lost in a deep sleep. He whimpers in his sleep, calling for his parents. A vulnerable boy hidden behind a cold monster's mask. The truth hits her like a tidal wave. It's really you, she sobs, tears streaming down her face. He was her guardian angel all along. How could she have been so blind to his true identity? What hell did he endure to become this strong? She pulls him into a desperate, warm, loving embrace. Your pain ends here, she whispers softly. You will never have to face the darkness alone again, Yi. She looks at the graves. He's back, she promises. Your son has finally come home to us all. I will protect him now. He will become a great man. Her solemn vow echoes in the wind. Yi Chang's eyes flutter open. Son, he mutters, reaching for a bottle to hide his sudden, burning blush. Enough drinking, she scolds, pulling him up. You smell like a brewery, let us get you home now. Her parents ordered her to guard him, so he must go home, bathe, and rest. You're not my wife, he retorted. Smirking, she countered that her uncle's command was absolute. Until he found a real bride, she would be his substitute. He sighed, realizing his parents might prefer this peace over vengeance. 3 hours later, a blonde beauty arrived at the graveyard. Haunted by chilling nightmares from the night before, she felt drawn to the site. A strange premonition led her to the tomb. Spotting a bag left by Yi Chen, her heart raced with suspicion. Who would dare leave a tribute here? Then she saw it. She gasped as the severed head of Grandmaster Yu Jinggu fell out. Recalling the fallen Chen family, her mind began to spiral. Seeing whose tomb lay beneath the carnage, her blood ran cold. This wasn't a murder, it was a message of cold-blooded revenge. She barked orders to scan every camera on Dan Mountain immediately. Find the ghost who visited the Yi family grave at once. A loud knock echoed at the door. Yi Chen woke, startled to find himself tightly clutching Sun Ye after a night of drinking. Such a loss of control was rare for him. The young woman stirred, groggily questioning who would visit at this ungodly hour. Embarrassed, he jumped back, his face burning red. Why on earth are you sleeping in my bed? He demanded in a panic. He teased if she had finally succumbed to his newly perfected physique. Infuriated, her eyes flashed with a lethal, fiery rage. You slept too much and insisted on holding me tight, she screamed. Now my skin reeks of your cheap, disgusting alcohol. He asked why a temporary wife would fear a simple hug. Her face flushed a deep, embarrassed crimson at his bold words. She stuttered that she only avoided him when he was a drunken mess. Since she wasn't dressed, she ordered him to open it. Opening the door, he came face to face with the stunning Shen Mengjia. He stood there stunned, wondering why she was at his doorstep. She reminded him of the dinner invitation he had sent her father. Since he hadn't answered his phone, they came in person. As they spoke, Mengjia could not help but admire his godlike transformation. His body was lean, muscular, and undeniably magnetic now. He confirmed the location as number 14 Zilin Lane. "See you at 7, he stated with a newfound, cool and calm confidence. En route, Mr. Shen questioned the sketchy address. Even Mengjia admitted she had never heard of such a lowly, common place. The driver assured them he knew the way perfectly. Mr. Shen relaxed, deciding it was fine as long as they arrived safely. He wondered if the venue was truly grand enough for Mr. Yi. After all, the young man's power deserved a legendary feast. His employee revealed it was just a cheap snack street, a place where a meal cost less than 30 yuan per person. The father and daughter were stunned by the news. Why would a man worth millions want to eat at a street stall? Mr. Shen mused that perhaps the young master enjoyed simplicity. They soon arrived at the humble, unassuming and small restaurant. Onlookers whispered in shock as the luxury car stopped. Why would such elites visit this tiny, hole-in-the-wall joint today? Yi Chen stepped forward, announcing these were his honored guests. He signaled the humble owners to begin the special food preparations. Ling Wang marveled at the powerful connections the boy had made. Mr. Shen smiled, catching a divine scent that defied the surroundings. The aroma was exactly as Mr. Yi had described. The owner warmly bowed, ushering the prestigious and wealthy guests inside. The girl tasted it and gasped. It was surprisingly delicious, offering a unique flavor that rivaled five-star cuisine. Her father praised the incredible taste but noted the simple decor. The potential was high, but the shop lacked any real presence. With only one table, he decided this place needed a boost. He ordered his team to launch a massive publicity campaign immediately. He envisioned a crowd of customers filling the streets. Xia Ryu assured him the matter was as good as handled easily. The restaurant owners trembled, realizing a titan stood before them. Yi Chen bowed, thanking his uncles for their immense, life-changing support. "Did you bring me here just for snacks?" the man asked. Yi Chen grew serious, questioning him about the legendary Tenzin group. The man froze in shock. 5 years ago, that group was the Yi family crown jewel in the city of Jiangxiang. Once led by Yi Yun, it fell after a bloody tragedy. Greedy forces had torn the empire apart like hungry, rabid wolves. Shadowy organizations had restructured the assets, erasing the past. Finding the true network now would be a suicidal, impossible mission. Snapping back to reality, the old man grew suspicious. "Why are you digging into the secrets of the original Yi family?" Suddenly, clarity struck him like a thunderbolt. This boy was a survivor of that ancient bloodline, back from the dead. Yi Chen smirked, confirming the old man's wild realization. "I am here to reclaim everything the Tenzin group once was." The man's voice trembled in fear. "Is that truly the path you have chosen to walk, young master?" "I will restore my father's legacy," he vowed. "Now, tell me where the rats are hiding the group's assets today." He explained that the empire was fractured 5 years ago. The most dangerous predator remaining was the formidable King group. The youth pondered. That name, a ghost from his past, his father's trusted friend, now a traitorous snake. The man who personally delivered the death warrant to Yanu Villa, a wolf in uncle's clothing. While his father walked into a trap, this coward smirked, groveling before the capital's elite. Rage flared in his eyes. Sun Yi trembled, but he whispered, "I'm fine, stay calm." Shen sensed the boy's hidden power. "Let's crush the King group together," he proposed. His daughter watched in awe. Her father wasn't afraid. He was shivering with pure excitement. "Aren't you afraid of the consequences?" the young master asked, his voice cold as ice. Shen didn't flinch. "Just 10% of the spoils. I want no throne, only alliance." The purple-haired beauty realized the truth. Her father was betting everything on this mysterious boy. "Deal struck. If the Shens fall, I will be your shield," Chang declared firmly. The old man beamed. This felt like conquering a new world alongside a rising legend. Leaving the shop, Sun hoped he'd reclaim his father's stolen soul. A heavy burden indeed. He flashed a rare, sharp smile. Soon, everything they took will return to me. Suddenly, a presence. An assassin. No, just a guardian sent by yelling to watch him. His companion pouted about running out of snacks. Even a legend needs to buy groceries. He ignored the snack talk and dialed a number. The king of Jangan answered immediately. "It's time we met," the king rumbled. The board was finally set for the endgame. "I know you're in the city, and don't call me lord anymore," Chang commanded coldly. "Meet me at 8. I have questions only a king can answer." The tension was palpable. The Yule Club, the king's private sanctuary. Quiet, luxurious, and the perfect place for a reckoning. Chang remembered its reputation. The finest club, now just another piece on his chessboard. Nearby, Shirin sighed. Was the Yi family tragedy really just a simple, tragic accident? "Impossible," her father growled. Someone powerful was scrubbing the truth from the very shadows. A hidden hand was blocking their path. Who could possess such overwhelming, terrifying influence? Tonight's gala was the key. He'd squeeze the truth out of the National Security Bureau. Guards blocked the entrance. "Membership cards, please." Only the elite could enter this lion's den. Shirin stepped inside, sensing a shift. The air was thick with the scent of power. Her father pointed to a hunched figure. "See that old man? Do not cross him." Master Rudder, a martial arts legend whose presence alone kept the entire city in check. "Is he the reason this club is untouchable?" she whispered, eyes wide with sudden realization. Her father shook his head. "No, they fear the man behind the master, the king." The king of Jangan, a name that made the bravest warriors tremble in their boots. Shirin froze. Even her top-tier family was nothing but a shadow beneath the king's feet. "He's a god among men," her father warned. "We must show him absolute respect." While they waited, Shirin wandered off, her mind plagued by ghosts of the dead boy. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw his lifeless face. The guilt was suffocating. Was any of the Yi bloodline still breathing? She hungered for the truth and justice. Then she saw him, a familiar face in the crowd. Could it really be him? How could a loser be here? Yet his newfound aura was blindingly sharp and regal. "Are you okay?" she asked, struck by his uncanny resemblance to her late classmate. "Can I help you?" he asked, his voice devoid of any warmth or old recognition. She offered her card, a patronizing gesture of pity. "Call me if you need a savior." With a cold sneer, he dropped it. His heel crushed her pride into the dirt. "Your family name," he mocked. "To me, the Chu family is less than nothing." His gaze turned demonic. "Leave, now. I won't tell you a second time, little girl." He sneers that her family's prestige is worthless against his hidden might. She moves to strike, but Master Rudder stops her, demanding an explanation. Hiding her malice, she feigns admiration, but the old man sees through her. He barks that the Chu family means nothing and threatens to banish her forever. She retreats, cursing his luck, while he exhales, finally feeling some peace. Sitting coolly, he demands to know when the legendary king will finally arrive. Rudder claims a delay, promising the king's arrival is imminent and certain. The boy coldly gives them 3 minutes, shocking the old man's pride. Rudder, fuming, wonders why this brat dares disrespect the king of the underworld. Suddenly, the king enters with his guard, radiating a terrifying veteran power. Rudder praises the king's strength, but our hero points out his lateness. He mocks that another minute would have seen him walk out the door. As Rudder makes excuses, the unthinkable happens, as the king drops to his knees. The onlookers freeze, cold sweat pouring, as they witness the king's absolute submission. They cannot believe the ruler of multiple provinces is begging for mercy. Looking down, the boy questions the king's previous claims with a chilling gaze. The king calls him sir, his voice trembling with deep, ancient reverence. The truth shatters their reality, as this youth is the legendary palace lord. While the king rules the underworld, he is merely a servant to this boy. Only a select few know. The temple master controls everything from the shadows. Rudder's mystery is solved as they all kneel before their true supreme leader. Yi Chang dismisses their worship, ordering everyone out for a private discussion. Alone with the king guards, are told to kill anyone who dares interrupt. They obey, instantly sealing the room to protect their lord's sacred privacy. The king stands ensuring no mortal will disturb their fateful conversation today. Yi Chang asks if this loyalty stems from that day in Cloud Demon Valley. The king recalls being ambushed, his brothers falling under a rain of steel. Near death, this young man appeared like a god moved by shared origins. Using a master's talisman, he annihilated their enemies in a flash of light. That miracle earned the king's eternal soul, but the medallion holds deeper secrets. Taking the relic, the boy wonders why such an object feels so familiar. He gasps as the ancient engraving is a perfect likeness of his own face. He asks who carved his image, but the answer chills his very blood. This treasure is 100 years old, predating their meeting by several lifetimes. It is a family heirloom from a grandmaster of fate and celestial energy. The ancestor foresaw their downfall and searched for an emperor to save them. He found a man with the purple aura of the heavens named Yi. The prophecy claimed this destined ruler would appear exactly 100 years later. Yi Chang muses on this emperor title, recalling his own master's cryptic words. He possesses the purple dragon power, capable of shattering the very laws of heaven. The king reveals he has built an army just to help him conquer. Enraged, the boy warns that his revenge is his alone to claim. If the king interferes, he will be treated as a mortal enemy. Terrified, the king bows again, promising to never overstep his humble bounds. With cold eyes, the boy sets 3 conditions for their future together. First, ensure Sun Yi is shielded from harm. Finally, track down that shadow from the capital at all costs. The king agrees, granting every request. As the youth turns to leave, he declares their business concluded for now. But the king lingers, revealing a chilling truth. Multiple powerful factions are now hunting the boy like hungry wolves. First, the vengeful Chu clan and Jai Shen. Second, the Xia family. Third, the relentless National Security Bureau itself. The main character scoffs at the families, but why would the government's elite Dragon Soul unit target him? The king promises a fall guy for the Chen family tragedy, but warns that danger is closing in fast. With a dismissive wave, our hero departs. He suspects the Chu investigation stems from the tribute at his parents' grave. Suddenly, he crosses paths with Chu Xuren. The arrogant heiress demands he kneel and beg for his pathetic life. With a look of pure disgust, he walks past. He really needs a car to avoid these annoying pests. Enraged, the girl strikes. She lunges from behind, her fingers curved into lethal claws, aiming to tear his flesh. But his reflexes are godlike. He sidesteps the blow, snatching her wrist before slamming her into the cold pavement. The proud martial artist is stunned. How could a mere loser overpower her so effortlessly with such raw strength? Beneath his cold, piercing gaze, she screams that no one insults her bloodline and escapes the club unscathed. Enough, Yi Chang silences her screams by force, his hand clamping over her mouth like a vice of iron. She vows to kill him, but he just scoffs. To him, she is nothing more than pathetic, recyclable trash. Realizing his intent, terror fills her eyes. She pleads for mercy, but his heart has already turned to stone. With a single toss, he dumps the heiress into a bin. Garbage belongs with garbage, after all, he remarks. Leaving the stinking brat behind, he heads home. He believes Chu Xuren is annoying but innocent of his parents' murder. He assumes the Chu clan played no part in that bloody night at Yanu Villa. Oh, how wrong he is. Slipping inside, he stays quiet to avoid waking Sun Yi. In the darkness, he spots a figure on his bed. Mistaking her for the purple-haired beauty, he collapses beside her. Exhaustion takes hold as he drifts into deep sleep. Morning light breaks. He groggily asks for the time, only to realize the woman beside him is a total stranger. Screams erupt. The startled girl demands to know what he is doing in her bed, her face flushed with panic. He fires the question right back. This is his room, his bed. Suddenly, Sunyi appears at the door, horrified. "Didn't you say you weren't coming home?" she asks, her heart shattering as she witnesses the scandalous scene before her. Misunderstanding the chaos, she trembles with embarrassment. Did the two of them just spend a wild night together in secret? He curses his luck. He lied to protect her, never imagining she would stay up waiting for his return. The stranger, a Xia family princess, explains her plight. She fled home to escape a loveless, forced political marriage. Seeking comfort, she drank herself into a stupor with Sunyi before passing out in the wrong bedroom entirely. The main character sighs, taking the blame. Even though they only shared a harmless cuddle, he will take responsibility. The girl scoffs, claiming they live in different worlds. His little medicine business is nothing compared to her elite status. He doesn't argue. He simply exits, the heavy door slamming shut behind him. His phone rings with urgent news. It is Shen Heahua. The main character skips the pleasantries, demanding immediate updates on the hostile Kinch Group takeover. Shen reveals a master plan with 90% certainty. He is ready to send the blueprints for their total destruction. "I trust your judgment," the youth replies, but Shen warns of a darker shadow lurking behind the corporate veil. A malicious organization called Cayman pulls the strings. To save the group, this evil must be burned at the root. "Can we reclaim everything in 3 days?" he asks. With a confirmation, he prepares to hunt for a crucial signature. Shen watches in awe. If the boy succeeds, his power is beyond mortal comprehension. Who exactly is this young monster? Under the cover of night, our hero arrives at the Kinch Group headquarters. The air is thick with impending doom. Jin Jingaming is inside, oblivious to the storm approaching. It is finally time to make that coward scream the truth. He demands the signature tonight to seal his inevitable victory. This former loser's evolution is now terrifyingly beyond all comprehension. Our handsome hero arrives at the King Group's massive fortress. The target remains trapped, unaware that his end is near. The time has come to make that bully beg. The king mentioned 33 floors, but this elevator stops at 20. Hidden levels require a special pass. Up there, the true villains gather. The leader hides on the summit, requiring a more forceful entrance. Touching the glass, he hesitates. A shatter would rain shards on innocence. Instead, concentrated chi dissolves the pain, carving a silent, ghostly path. On the 32nd floor, thugs hear a tremor and scramble toward it. "Stop searching," a voice echoes. "The man you want is right here." They roar in anger, but his cold gaze freezes their very souls. "I'm the last man you'll ever see." One strike, the leader collapses. Terror grips them. These monsters have committed sins beyond any redemption. Death is their only mercy. Now the final floor, the true den. Upstairs, the elite discuss treason while chaos erupts just beneath them. "Just minor gambling," the boss scoffs, relying on his corrupt protection. He trades national secrets for greed, selling out the province's security. The entire country's future is being auctioned to the highest foreign bidder. Even his own men warn of the treasonous weight of this betrayal. "Treason," he sneers. "In this world, only power and profit matter." The buyer demands high-tech weaponry, worth millions on the black market. Greed shines in their eyes as they reach out to seal it. Boom, the door shatters. "You dogs, selling your souls for scraps." Yi Chang stands there, fury radiating. Death is too kind for this. The leader pales, that face. "It's impossible. Guards, kill this intruder." "Your guards. They've entered an eternal slumber from which none wake." "What, my elite specialists, all slaughtered by a mere child." He throws the contract. "Sign it. Surrender everything you stole now." "Insane boy." The man in white signals his most lethal assassin. A machine gun aims. "This only takes one finger," the killer grins. Bullets freeze midair before tearing back through the shooter's chest. 2 more rush him. How dare a brat challenge the King Group? Their power is decent for mere mortals, but against a true master. They are nothing. A flick of his wrist sends them crashing down. A martial arts master. At your age, the boss's world crumbles. The man in white flees, but Yi-Chang strikes, cold and final. Screams of agony fill the room. The contract, sign it or die. On his knees, the villain begs for a mercy he never gave. Ink meets paper. You fulfilled your purpose, now you're just trash. My organization will hunt you. You won't escape their wrath. I plan to take your throne, but now I'll burn it down. Any last words before I send you to the abyss? Our master will find you. He'll slaughter your family like cattle. My family died 5 years ago at Yana Villa. I'm already home. The realization hits, it's Yi-Chang. The boy crawls, feigning friendship. It was a mistake. I was your father's dearest brother, nephew. A brutal kick silences him. Don't you dare speak his name, filth. The man whimpers for life, but Yi-Chang only laughs, maniacally. He roars in fury, asking why mercy should be granted to a monster who slaughtered his family without hesitation. Why betray us? He demands, voice breaking as he admits he never desired this path of blood and shadows. Once, he was just a timid boy who dreamed of books and peace, trembling even at the sight of violence. Now that innocence is dead. Only cold, burning hatred fuels his soul, driving his relentless quest for absolute vengeance. Every last villain will face the king of hell. Outside, he notes the king's efficiency in cleaning the scene. Fresh clothes and a wiped slate. Perfect. Now the main course begins. It is finally time to dismantle Kingman. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. A stunning woman stands there. It is the elite officer, Bailey Bing. Ignoring her shock, he asks one thing. Are there any more targets nearby? She hesitates, citing her confidential duty. If it's secret, then my business is none of yours, he retorts. But their cold exchange is cut short. A massive boulder hurtles toward the officer. Death looms close, and she freezes, certain this is her final moment. In a flash, Yi-Chang sweeps her away. He asks if she is hurt while she stares, breathless with gratitude. He ignores the thanks, focused on the erupting flames. Will the entire floor vanish just to hide their tracks? Civilians flee in terror as sinister. Tattooed thugs march through the smoke. The wolves of Kingman have arrived. Bailey Bing's eyes narrow. These are the Kingman butchers, the cancerous rot she has sworn to cut out. This is the moment she has waited for, the chance to finally seize the evidence needed to bury them. She tells Yi-Chang she must move. He scoffs, acting indifferent, yet his eyes suggest he won't stay behind. He shadows her, a silent guardian joining the hunt. They track the thugs to a hidden factory fortress. This abandoned hellhole is their lair. If she can just get proof, she can call in full military reinforcements. She scales the rusted containers, peering through a window. She is close. The heart of the enemy is right there. Disaster strikes. Her phone has zero signal. They have jammed the area. She is trapped with no backup. She eyes a mysterious box. That contains the proof. But before she can move, a blood-curdling scream erupts. Inside, a terrified thug begs for mercy. "Master, help! Everything just exploded," he wails, trembling before his superior. The master sneers in disgust. "Out of everyone, only you two pathetic losers survived." His aura is suffocatingly cold. He spots the officer instantly. "You fools didn't even realize you were followed," he mocks. Bailey's heart sinks. This man is a former martial arts legend, his power far eclipsing her own. She turns to flee, terrified. He strikes like a cobra, slamming her into the dirt with terrifying force. He grips her head with malice. "A beautiful prize," he whispers. She snarls back, claiming she is police and that her squad is closing in. "Touch me and your gang burns," she yells. But the master only laughs, tossing her aside like a doll. "Threats, I have survived bullets, girl," he roars. He moves in to have fun, ignoring her desperate warnings. She reveals her trump card. Her father is the legendary General Bailey Hung. One scratch, and your world ends. The master pauses. A general? Why would such a powerful man's daughter be playing cop in this wasteland? He smirks, staring at his prey. "A general's daughter. We will deal with that headache later. For now, enjoy. Broken and bleeding, she regrets her recklessness. Why did she choose this path? Why did she come here alone? She would rather die than suffer humiliation. The men close in, their smiles dripping with dark, twisted intent. "I won't be gentle," the master growls. Then a cold, calm voice cuts the air. "Why force her, old man?" "Have you no shame?" Yichang steps out. The master snarls, stunned that anyone would dare invade his territory. "I didn't just enter," the boy declares, standing tall atop the containers. "I am here to wipe you out." "Did I stutter?" Yichang asks coldly. The helm master laughs hysterically. "Kill us all, you, a mere brat." The thugs erupt in mockery, laughing at his bravado. The master signals his men to end the pathetic joke. "Kill him," he barks. A hail of bullets erupts, but Yichang moves like a ghost. The lead cannot touch him. He leaps. Descending like a god of war, he begins a dance of destruction, disarming the gunmen instantly. "Impossible! How did he dodge those?" they scream in panic. One thug, adjusting his glasses, recognizes the truth. "Internal strength. He is a true master," the thug gasps. He charges at the boy, impressed by his bravery. "Too slow," Yichang whispers. With a single, devastating strike to the neck, he sends the man flying. Glasses shatter as he is launched. His terrified allies scream, realizing the predator has finally become the prey. They tremble in fear, calling him a heartless murderer. On the cold ground, the fallen thug curses his name. Pleading for his life, the officer realizes every movement is lethal. There is no wasted motion, only a perfect machine. How can someone so terrifying exist? The master watches Jiang Chen, realizing he must finally step onto the battlefield. Facing such an apex predator, the master admits he must intervene. He demands the boy kneel and submit to him. But the command is met with a devastating counter. A single, heavy punch lands squarely on the arrogant master's chin. The sheer force launches him into the air. He crashes down, clutching his shattered jaw while sweat pours down his face. Realizing the boy is a true monster, he charges again. This time, he is prepared to die in battle. A fist buries itself into his stomach. His desperate struggle was far too overreaching for such a legendary opponent. The explosive liver strike leaves him writhing. Pathetically, the man begs for a deal, offering anything to survive the night. "You talk far too much," Chen remarks coldly. He delivers one final, crushing blow to end the entire room's resistance. Bai Li Bing watches the carnage, breathless. He defeated the giant single-handedly, looking like a god of war among the ruins. Now he turns toward her. Paralyzed by fear, she wonders if she is next as he slowly approaches her position. He reaches out, and she prepares for death. Tears well up in her eyes as she waits for the final strike. Opening her eyes, she finds he only adjusted her fractured legs. She pulls back, blushing in a daze of confusion. She accuses him of being a pervert, despite his help. Yet, his touch radiates a mysterious and soothing healing power. "Your bones are shattered," he warns. "Do you wish to be crippled?" He begins channeling pure energy into her wounds. A heavenly warmth flows through her body. The officer marvels at the incredible flow of qi, mending her broken flesh. She suggests he become a world-class doctor, but he ignores her. "Just search those phones for evidence of their crimes." "Where are you going?" she asks. To finish the cleanup, Chen replies, his eyes reflecting a dark, somber resolve. The Cayman gang is no more. Bodies litter the ground, and the city's underworld has been forever changed this night. The martial arts master lies dead, his face frozen in a mask of absolute terror. He witnessed a true demon. This place has become a literal hell. Bai Li calls her brother, warning him that everything in the city has changed. Her brother is skeptical. "Did he really kill them all?" "I fear he did," she whispers, "and he saved me." "He is extremely dangerous," the brother warns. "Stay away from him until I arrive in the city to handle this." She tries to protest, but he hangs up. He must see what kind of demon has actually appeared in their city. "Murdering is easy work," Chen muses. "However, destroying these blood-soaked clothes is becoming a very expensive habit for me." He spots a familiar figure in the distance. It is Ruarui, enjoying a peaceful afternoon tea like all rich people. He considers avoiding her, feeling far too lazy for her drama. He decides to pretend he never even saw her. It fails instantly as she spots him. Leaving her mother behind, she sprints through the busy street to catch him. "Why are you running?" she shouts. "Just passing through," he replies, not stopping his pace for even a single second. "We haven't settled our business since that night," she yells. "I deserve some form of compensation for what we did." "It was my bed," he retorts calmly. Suddenly, her mother appears, demanding to know who this strange young man is. Ashamed, the daughter remains silent. The mother's anger flares, worried about their family reputation and the consequences of her actions. Ruarui cowers under her mother's gaze. She is reminded that the Zia family name is at stake if others find out. "You are returning to the family immediately. The Hui family will take control, and you are forbidden from leaving again." "I am a person, not a bargaining chip," she pleads, but her mother is unmoved by her daughter's desperate cries. "Will you defy your father?" the mother asks. Fear overwhelms the girl, and she begins to tremble in total defeat. She apologizes to Chen, walking toward her mother with a broken expression. But then, he firmly grabs her slender arm. "You cannot take her," he declares. "She is pregnant with my child, and I will be taking full responsibility now." The mother is stunned into silence. "Is this true?" she asks, looking at them with a mixture of suspicion and embarrassment. To support the lie, Ruarui rubs her belly. "Look, the baby just kicked," she claims, making Chen roll his eyes. She is definitely overacting, he thinks. The mother is left speechless, unable to process the shocking news she just heard. He doesn't like her, but he saw the blood omen. A trace of death appeared on her forehead earlier today. The old man warned her. That blood trace would grow until she died if she returned to her family's cold embrace. "It is true," she shouts. If the man knew, he would give up. Her mother's face turns pale with fury. The mother hissed that her daughter was tainted. She demanded the girl abort the child immediately. The girl stood firm and refused, but her mother screamed that she would never leave home again. Yi Chen suddenly gripped the woman's arm. Enraged, she demanded to know who this lowly peasant was. She spat that he was trash. He wasn't even worthy of breathing the same air as her daughter. The woman boasted of her divine bloodline. Yi Chen smiled, asking if he truly lacked merit. Suddenly, a suffocating pressure hit. The mother trembled as a demonic aura exploded from him. He ignored her petty status. In 6 months, she would learn what true power meant. He led the girl away. The mother watched in shock as they vanished into the night. Trembling, she grabbed her phone. She ordered a full investigation into who Yi Chen really was. The girl apologized for the scene. She claimed her mother was only blinded by greed. He dismissed her coldly. He was only fulfilling a task for his mysterious old master. The girl blushed, staring at him. He was becoming more handsome and imposing every single day. He hailed a taxi and departed. She stood alone, bewildered by his sudden and cold exit. The Zia family's legacy was massive. Yi Chen knew he needed more power to crush them. He checked his phone, suppressing his rage. He had to build an empire from the shadows. Strength alone wasn't enough. He needed a legitimate force to become the world's light. He ordered the driver toward Lanu. It was time to meet a very powerful old ally. The man was shocked by the visit. He asked if Yi Chen was finally in trouble. Yi Chen tossed an envelope down. The man gasped at the documents he thought were impossible. He wondered how a boy forced that signature. Had he actually slaughtered the elite guards alone? The target was protected by experts. Yi Chen casually mentioned he destroyed the place yesterday. Faced with this truth, the man bowed. He promised the group would rise within 3 days. Yi Chen asked about the Zia family. Mr. Shen warned that they were a peerless monster. Their wealth was truly infinite. They made the previous kings look like children playing house. Yi Chen just grinned. Shen realized the boy intended to topple the giants of the world. With a piercing gaze, he asked a question. Could Shen rule if given the ultimate sword? The pressure was terrifying. Shen realized the sword was an empire backed by absolute force. If given power beyond the shadows, could he end the Xia family within 6 months? Shen hesitated, fearing his age. He lacked the public support and the time to finish. He mentioned another powerful figure, but he feared his own heart would fail too soon. Yi Chen offered a miracle. He handed over a pill that would extend life by 50 years. Stunned, the man agreed. Together, they would build a force that could never be shaken. Yi Chen left, promising a return. Shen watched him go, sensing a new era beginning. His destiny was changing. No longer a hidden loser, he was now a predator of fate. Returning home, he opened the door. He found 2 girls waiting for him inside already. They were shocked to see him. He asked why the arrogant blonde was in his house. He told her to leave, but she cried that her family lost everything and she was broke. Her bank cards were frozen. With no money or home, she had nowhere else to hide. Annoyed, he asked about the bed. He suggested they share it, making her turn bright red. He told her to find the traitor. The other girls suggested they all just sleep together. They argued over a simple meal of rice. The blonde vowed she wouldn't live like a parasite. She asked for a job. Yi Chen realized her sharp mind could be a great asset. She revealed a secret recipe. She began to suspect he was a god in human form. She had never served anyone before, but with his strength, she knew they would thrive. She begged for the hire. If her family found out, they would surely try to interfere. Challenging the elite, he just smiles, fueled by a dangerous spark. She grills his plan, but he admits the foundation isn't set. She trusts him blindly, though she fears he's chasing a ghost. He promises a 6-month miracle, oblivious to the lurking predators. Crushing a financial titan is impossible. True power stays hidden. In the shadows, a powerful matriarch swirls wine, eyeing her prey. No pregnancy yet, but she brought him home. Scandal is brewing. Thinking they shared a bed, her rage shatters the glass. He dies if he touched her. Where did this insect come? His files are blank. It's as if he materialized from nothing. Is he the ghost from the Yanu Villa massacre 5 years ago? That tragedy shook everyone. They offended the capital's true kings. He seeks vengeance, fueled by the destruction of his fallen family. A classic revenge plot. She won't give him any room now. He's alone and weak. She gives him 6 months to kneel. Make us kneel. Meanwhile, Yi Chen senses trouble in the house. Living with girls is a headache. Every bath is a risk. She barged in, screaming pervert, while pelting him with paper. How could I know? He needs to focus on the mission. Business is war. With divine recipes, he's ready to strike back. Can he trust Bailey? Public support is a weapon he needs. A chill runs down his spine. Someone is watching him now. Predator or prey, he'll show them who the real monster is. A sniper eyes him from above, thinking he's well hidden. He looks like a loser. Is he really a master? He raises his lens, but the balcony is suddenly empty. Gone, Yi Chen is behind him. He scaled 80 meters instantly. A monster, Yi Chen strikes. The spy throws a desperate punch. Their fists collide in an explosion. This strength is absolutely terrifying. His arm nearly shatters. The spy realizes he cannot win this. Don't blink. Yi Chen delivers a kick that tears the wind. Dust explodes. The target vanished, leaving only a deep crater. A tricky rat. The spy teleports, but Yi Chen just smiles. An invisible shield blocks the blow. The attacker freezes in horror. Not a martial artist. He's a godlike cultivator from the legends. He's playing a different game. Mortals cannot hope to win. She was blind. This is the power of immortal arts. Cultivators aren't myths. He's facing the ultimate power of heaven. Blink and he's there. A kick shatters the very atmosphere. The spy crashes into the wall. Yi Chen stands completely unmoved. Trembling with fear, the spy begs for a chance to talk. Talk later. Yi Chen pins him down, crushing his spirit. Who sent you, the consortia? His voice is cold as ice. I'm not your enemy. The man hands over a secret notebook. A captain of dragon soul. He begs the immortal for mercy. Yi scoffed. No one spies on a god and survives the night. Terrified, the spy begged for mercy, name-dropping Bailey Bing to save his skin. She was his sister. King was merely testing the rumored handsome monster. Yi's gaze sharpened. The loser boy facade was gone, only a master remained. If you want an alliance, kneel, Yi growled, his aura turning suffocating. King surrendered instantly. He knew one wrong move meant absolute, instant death. A debt was forged. Every tiger needs a dog to handle the trash. Yi needed tools. King was a perfect puppet for his citywide takeover. He questioned the dragon soul. They only bowed to their mysterious chief. Serve my company, Yi ordered. It was a test of King's absolute loyalty. King was stunned, using legendary warriors for business. Pure, arrogant master flex. It was like using a dragon's flame to light a mere candle. King had no choice. Chaining Company now possessed an invincible, legendary shield. He tossed a healing pill. Its scent promised a miraculous, godly recovery. Alchemy, in this era, King realized Yi was a legendary master alchemist. Yi dumped pills into his hands like they were common street gravel. King suggested the military, but Yi laughed at the petty, small-minded idea. These weren't relics, they were his creations. He walked away in heavy silence. Send someone worthy next time, Yi ordered, vanishing into the building's shadows. King stood frozen. This man was a storm the city wasn't ready for. A dragon had awakened. The loser they bullied was now a living legend. At home, the girls hogged the shower. A master's life is never quiet. But his power was peaking. The tomb of reincarnation was calling him. He dove back into the graveyard to claim his true, forbidden strength. No pain this time. His perfect body was finally a vessel for gods. A new tomb appeared, Lu Yunin. The Sakan sector's secrets finally awaited. Amidst ancient swords and mist, a legendary legacy hung heavy and cold. The tomb's voice echoed. He was still a fledgling in this divine world. He would master the Death Fist, a technique to shatter the heavens. Touching the blade, Yi smiled. He would awaken every soul in this graveyard. Days passed. The city remained oblivious to the rising, monstrous storm nearby. The girls left, leaving Yi alone with his cold, rising master ambition. Yi sipped coffee. 2 days of training, yet the tomb remained silent. To ascend, he needed pills. A legendary alchemy furnace was now essential. The auction was his only hope to finally begin his grand revenge. His phone buzzed. Was it news to finally crush his remaining enemies? It was Shen. The King group was purged and reborn under his command. The Tianzin group had returned from hell to reclaim their rightful throne. Yi stood up. It was time for his bullies to feel true terror. But where was Yin King? Had the bird fled before the predator? A knock. It was Zhu, desperate after searching the entire city for him. The master's true home was a secret Zhu struggled to find today. Yi welcomed him in, masking the lethal tiger within his growing soul. A family crisis loomed, but the auction invitation was finally delivered safely. Yi gripped the card. Your family's trouble is now mine, he declared. Before his words could fade, Zhun vanished, leaving Iken to arrive at the opulent Jiang Chen Hotel alone. Dressed to kill for the auction, he encounters a melancholic Zhu Zixuan, her eyes clouding with hidden sorrow. He senses her distress, but she masks it with a fragile smile, inviting him into the grand venue. The hall radiates sheer luxury, buzzing with the elite during the high-stakes trading hour of the event. Networking and relaxation come first, followed by a feast, while the real battle of the auction waits. Suddenly, a group of elitist bullies corners Zixuan, sneering at her presence with cold, mocking gazes. Fueled by jealousy, they taunt her, claiming the fallen Zhu family can no longer shield her from ruin. Trembling, she clings to Iken's arm, desperate to escape the toxic scene before things escalate further. He inquires about her family's plight, but she insists her grandfather will handle the looming crisis alone. Respecting her boundaries, he drops the subject, though the tension in the air remains thick and heavy. Suddenly, the stunning Rose calls out to him, sparking an immediate, silent war of glances with 𝑑𝒂𝒂𝒏𝒄𝒕. Feeling overwhelmed by Rose's radiant aura, 𝑑𝒂𝒂𝒏 retreats, leaving the two beauties in a tense standoff. He explains she is an ally, then teases Rose about her lack of funds for such luxury. Rose scoffs, claiming she is here to judge the food quality despite being currently unemployed and invited. Her playful mood shifts when she asks about his budget, and he casually mentions $90 million. Rose is speechless, warning him that $90 million is mere pocket change in this den of monsters. She whispers that hidden martial arts masters lurk here, capable of ending a life in a heartbeat. He remains unfazed, jokingly feigning terror, which only frustrates the concerned Rose even further than before. Fuming at his attitude, she warns that surface-level power is nothing compared to the true hidden shadows. The mysterious Jin family rules this auction, a legendary martial arts clan with terrifying and absolute influence. The first session features antiques, but the second is reserved for martial arts treasures and blood-soaked items. With artifacts starting at 100 million, she realizes our hero is officially out of his league. Undeterred, Chen asks about selling his own goods, deciding to create his own fortune right then. Rose directs him to the elite appraiser's office upstairs, telling him to try his luck with a sigh. He realizes alchemists are rarer than gold in this era, making his pill worth a king's ransom. At the office, he finds a den of high-stakes gamblers where money flows like water and lawlessness rules. The appraiser laughs while collecting a $10 million bet, playing with lives and fortunes with ease. Arguments erupt over the stakes as Chen steps forward, looking like a lamb entering a wolf's den. The appraiser glares, questioning why a mere kid has wandered into his domain with such casual confidence. Chen presents a single pill for auction, and the room goes silent as the appraiser's eyes lock on. The scent of a true elixir fills the air, leaving the appraiser stunned and unable to gauge worth. The crowd erupts in disbelief, unable to process that a real elixir has appeared in such a place. Through his lens, the appraiser spots the sacred cinnabar mark, identifying it as a divine, legendary treasure. Panic and greed seize the room as everyone lunges forward, desperate to witness the impossible miracle firsthand. The intricate patterns and potent aroma suggest it was freshly forged by a master alchemist's own hands. The crowd descends into a frenzy, demanding to know the master behind this legendary and impossible creation. Chen watches the chaos, realizing he might truly be the last grand alchemist left in this world. He maintains a stoic mask, refusing to reveal his secrets while signaling the appraiser to move deeper. Sensing the gravity, the appraiser leads him to the inner sanctum where the true power players reside. They meet a mysterious woman, draped in authority, as the appraiser announces a very special guest's arrival. He presents the elixir to her, and her eyes narrow in sudden, genuine shock at the small pill. It is authentic and impossibly fresh, made within the month, a feat considered nothing short of a myth. Overwhelmed, the appraiser bows out, leaving Chen alone with the powerful and beautiful Jen Langan to talk. She offers him a seat with newfound respect, softly commanding him to reveal his true, hidden name. Chen skips the pleasantries, demanding to know if his creation is worthy of the main stage tonight. Refinement is an art of patience, yet he finishes in moments. Grinning, she asks what price this treasure commands. He doesn't just want one sold. He drops 5 legendary elixirs at once. The woman freezes in pure shock. Only a divine alchemist could produce such quantity. She warns him that unleashing 5 could shatter the market's value. These gems are worth $1 billion. Scarcity drives the price, she advises, but our handsome lead simply asks her offer. He seeks a fair trade, nothing more. Lennon realizes she is sitting on a gold mine if they control supply. After praising his genius, she hands over a black card. This represents our first $1 billion, she whispers with respect. $1 billion is just the down payment. It is far too little for such divine medicine, and she knows it. The Jin family now owes you a debt, she vows. Whatever he desires, their entire martial clan will help. Chen pockets the card, silent, She sees him as a golden phoenix and vows to bind him to her. The stage is set. He agrees to the terms just as the grand auction's opening bells begin to chime. She passes an identity mask. Most legendary figures prefer the shadows, protecting their true face from the greedy world. He hides his handsome features, slipping into the role of a ghost. She watches him depart, her curiosity burning. "Take care," she murmured as the door clicked shut. His poise screams of a warrior who has survived battles. His power is an enigma. She grabs her phone, ordering an immediate shadow investigation into this mysterious pill master. The hall fills with elite sharks. Rooks whispers to his partner, checking if their war chest is ready. 1 billion should suffice, he scoffs. 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒆𝒅 gasps. She never dreamed they would need such a fortune for recipes. She mocks the value, certain no paper recipe is worth 1 billion. She has no idea she is underestimating him. Suddenly, the lights dim. The first relic is revealed, the tears of stars, a necklace glowing with celestial beauty. Its emerald glow captivates Shia. This was the final, unfinished masterpiece of a legendary artisan, steeped in tragic history. A grandfather's dying wish, stolen by fate. It was meant for his beloved heir, but thieves snatched it away. After crossing borders and bloodied hands, it is here. Bidding starts at 60 million. The air turns electric. The price climbs rapidly. Rose's heart shatters as she recognizes her family's lost heirloom, dangling before her eyes. Tears well up. She is a fallen princess who cannot afford her own past. The pain is visible. If she still held power, she would burn her fortune. Now, she can only whisper apologies to her grandfather. Our hero sees her trembling. He glances at his billion-dollar card, a weapon of wealth ready for her sake. Nearby, Jun sneers. Why waste millions on a mundane trinket? Only a fool or a romantic would throw gold. Let the brat play his games, Jun scoffs. He assumes the boy is just chasing a girl with money. The bidding hits 90 million. A greedy businessman jumps to 96, his eyes locked on the prize with intent. He knows Shia's secret lineage. Buying this necklace is a tactical move to leash her family influence to him. He drops a staggering 140 million. He thinks he won until a cold, anonymous voice cuts through. 200 million. The room goes dead silent. The businessman's face pales, who dares to outbid him with brutality. The bidder remains a shadow. Infuriated, the loser bellows at the staff, demanding to know who this titan is. This is a setup, he screams, his pride crushed. He only had 140. Suddenly, a presence enters. Lynn steps into the light, her gaze sharp. Who dares question my family's integrity? She demands with authority. The crowd cowers. You do not mess with the Jin clan, a family of legendary martial artists who rule city. The bully begins to shake, his bravado dissolving into stutters. Lynn's eyes burn with the fury of queens. Break his limbs and throw him out, she commands. The man screams for mercy echo as guards drag him. He pleads his name, but it means nothing. The Chu family is officially erased from elite circles, effective immediately. One wrong word, and your lineage ends. The guests whisper in terror, reminded of the Jin family's iron rule. He got what he deserved for provoking a dragon. No one in the city can match the Jin family. Silence returns. Going once, twice, the auctioneer shouts. The legendary necklace is about to find its new master. Shadows watch from the corners. Some are already planning to steal what they could not buy for themselves. Slam, the gavel drops. The jewel is sold. But the night is young and true treasures yet emerge. A sudden change of plans. The legendary tripod is pulled, sending a ripple of confusion through the elite crowd. The second stage ignites. A mysterious golden cloth is unveiled, and bidding starts at a heart-stopping 90 million. The bidding war continues. Lot 7 is a legendary blade starting at 150 million, and 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒆𝒅 watches in awe. The girl is breathless at these insane prices, as a secret martial arts manual is suddenly unveiled to the hungry crowd. Chen just scoffs, calling the precious manual nothing, but trash while fools fight over scraps like starving dogs. Witness the gap between worlds. These so-called masters are giants in their own minds, but mere insects in this place. The atmosphere shifts as the main event arrives. The legendary white tiger tripod is finally revealed on the grand stage. Jin explains this sacred relic was found by chance, a masterpiece for medicine and prestige, holding the power of 100 herbs. The opening bid hits 300 million, piquing Chen's interest, as the treasure's aura surpasses even his highest expectations. Prices skyrocket toward 430 million as the air grows heavy, with the scent of burning wealth and ambition. Suddenly, a sharp beep cuts the tension. A message arrives commanding the girl to secure the relic at any cost. If his instincts are correct, this tripod is the divine tool that every master alchemist has been dying to possess. A heavy bid of 450 million drops, silencing the room as the Jiang family displays their overwhelming power. She desperately warns Chen, identifying the man as the ruthless Jiang Wenlin, a monster that no one should ever provoke. She begs him to back down, to surrender the prize before he invites a disaster he cannot hope to escape. The youth simply smirks, commanding her to seize the tripod, fueled by the billion he earned from his elixir. Jin declares an anonymous bid of 500 million, a direct challenge that leaves Jiang Wenlin seething with fury. The audience gasps. Who would dare challenge a Jiang? They whisper that his life ends when the sun sets tonight. Wenlin retaliates with 530 million, pushing his final limit to 550 certain. No one can top him. But the shadow bidder strikes again, 700 million. The room falls into a deathly shocked and heavy silence. The young lord trembles with rage, wondering if this is a direct declaration of war against his family's proud honor. With a violent slam, he stands, declaring he will find this arrogant fool and make them beg for mercy. He vows that his family's wrath will be their undoing, while the woman simply watches the chaos unfold in silence. The hammer falls. At 700 million, the legendary tripod is officially sold to the mysterious hidden bidder. Chen smiles. His grand kingdom is finally ready to expand, and his hidden power is only just beginning. Wait, the show isn't over. The appraisers reveal one final treasure, a holy relic of truly unimaginable value. It is a real elixir, a legend brought to life, capable of mending broken bodies and shattering cultivation walls. Bidding starts at 400 million, with each step restricted to 20, making the tension unbearable for every soul. The numbers climb toward 680 million, leaving rooks completely mesmerized by this insane display of total wealth. As the final hammer falls, the guests are invited to celebrate, but the real games are only just starting. Chen wonders how will the Jiangs feel when they realize the man who took their tripod created that elixir. His phone buzzes. Jin requests his presence. Her father wants to reward the man who shocked the entire city. Rooks is baffled, asking why he stayed silent while holding $1 billion, but Chen's goals are far beyond money. He shrugs, claiming nothing caught his eye, before slipping away while the girls continue their excited chatter. What kind of reward awaits him from Jin Lan? The young master heads toward his next fateful and mysterious encounter. At the Millennium Hotel, he is handed a card with 15 million, an apology for the elixir's low sale price. Chen pushes the card back, stating he isn't here for petty cash. He only desires the sacred medicinal tripod. The deal is struck. Leave your address and it shall be delivered tonight, but a dinner invitation still stands. Chen refuses without hesitation, his cold and sudden dismissal leaving the beautiful girl completely stunned in his wake. He claims his friends are waiting with dinner and high society. Banquets have never suited his humble and simple taste. He vanishes into the night, leaving the woman to sigh at his apparent ignorance of the world's many dangers. Without her father's shadow to protect him, the Jiang family will surely hunt him down for his blatant arrogance. He threw away his only lifeline, and now the consequences are his alone, high above in the monitoring room. Wenlin stands over fallen guards, staring at a prize he never expected to hold, a pill of pure divinity. This is no ordinary medicine. Its purity far exceeds anything his family has produced in generations. It is a miracle. Analysis reveals this masterpiece was forged in just 10 days, leaving them to wonder who could possess such skill. Is there a hidden force backing the Jin family? The shadows are moving, and a war is coming. Arrogant whispers hint at a power surge, destined to eclipse their family's legendary status. Surveillance footage catches Chen. Could this lone wanderer be the alchemist's secret supplier? Enraged, the young master snarls. How dare a nobody touch his family's sacred treasures? His voice drips with lethal intent. Does this peasant even understand the North's true power? Outside, Chen watches Zixuan. The once wealthy heiress is now reduced to hailing cheap taxis. He stops her. Seeing her pride crumble, he demands to know her family's dark secret. She flinches in shame. Chen grabs her phone, his fingers moving with silent, commanding grace. Call me. His words are a vow. He pays back his debts with absolute protection. Their past bond is ironclad. He won't let her bloodline fall into ruin or despair. She smiles through tears, calling him young master. He chuckles. That title feels far too ancient. Suddenly, his senses sharpen. A shadow is following. He stops, feeling the murderous intent. He feigns a craving for coffee, sending the girl away into the safety of the shop. She is confused by his bathroom excuse, but Chen's mind is already on the coming slaughter. The shop's restroom isn't strong enough. His cryptic warning leaves her trembling in confusion. Alone, Chen sheds his tie. The predator awakens. Every threat today will be systematically erased. He reaches the rooftop. High above, the Zhang family assassins are celebrating their easy prey. They notice him. The young master sneers, planning to use Chen for his sick games. Before a blink, Chen is there. His hand rests on the villain's head like a reaper. Master Mei roars, launching a strike devoid of honor. He dares to protect his master. The air screams as Mei charges. Chen shifts, a blur of perfect, lethal movement and power. Impact. A single fist shatters Mei's defense. The master collapses with a broken face. Shock paralyses the room. A Hu Jin expert killed in a heartbeat. Chen is a monster. Chen looms over Zhang Wenland. The hunter has become the prey. It is your turn, boy. Zhang stammers, threatening Chen with his family's name. Chen simply demands he kneel like a dog. Desperate, the bully offers riches and a future. He begs for a life he does not deserve. Crack, a fatal strike pierces his skull. Chen's gaze then shifts to the shadows. Come out. It is J.Y. Zan. She bows in terror, realizing this man's strength is beyond any human limit. Can she even protect him? He is 10 times stronger than the legends ever whispered about. She claims the Jin family sent her. Chen sneers. He needs no help from anyone. Tell Langan to stay out of my way. His cold command echoes as he vanishes. The woman can only obey. His aura is suffocating, a true king amongst mere mortals. She calls out a final warning. There is a world Chen has not yet fully conquered. The Zhang family patriarch is a grandmaster, ranked 514 on the legendary list. Killing his son means war. She warns of the storm descending upon his very soul. 500 people stronger. Chen's curiosity peaks. The world is finally getting interesting again. The ancient martial arts of this land hold secrets his previous self never dared imagine. He thanks her and departs. For the safety of those he loves, Wenland had to die. The phone rings. Lady Langan receives the news. The arrogant young Master Zhang is dead. Midnight shadows shroud the scene. The bodies are cold, and the air reeks of slaughter. It is confirmed. Wenland is gone. The Zhang family's fury will soon set the city ablaze. Did Chen do this alone? Langan gasps. Not a single soul could resist his divine wrath. A grandmaster's destruction is evident. This was not a fight. It was a one-sided execution. This shift changes everything. Chen's alliance with the alchemist makes him a kingmaker or destroyer. Clean it all, she screams. Every trace of the battle must vanish into the dark. Silence the witnesses. Erase the blood. The world is not ready for the truth about Chen. The situation is spiraling toward disaster. If the Jiang family finds Chen, her window for revenge slams shut. Meanwhile, a gourmet seafood feast is served. Yet, for Chen and the girls, the atmosphere remains icy cold. Her plate stays untouched. Is it a lack of appetite or the shadow of the coming storm? Chen probes for the legendary Jiang family list. He soon realizes this web of secrets is dangerously deep. The real problem? The ancient martial arts hierarchy. The entire system in Heya is a complete, illogical mess. No realm exists above Grandmaster. Here, the only difference between the strong and the weak is raw power. True levels are only revealed through blood and steel. Even Chen can't gauge his own terrifying ceiling yet. Without a defined rank, fighting legends is a mystery. Suddenly, a birthday invitation breaks his deep focus. She demands a gift for her big day. Chen bluntly suggests sending 250 red envelopes instead. 250? She's insulted. He panics, wondering if his social blunders are deadlier than his enemies. Is 522 forward? Their relationship is a battleground he hasn't yet learned to navigate. He settles on 52, but a frantic message shatters the peace. 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒆𝒅's grandfather is at death's door. The plea is desperate. Save him! Chen rushes to the Zhou courtyard as the sun begins to set. Armed guards swarm the entrance. Chen instantly senses the deadly presence of elite snipers hidden in the shadows. 3 long-distance shooters are locked and loaded. How did the Zhou family get entangled with the military? Entry is forbidden without high-level clearance, but Chen is no longer the weak boy they once despised. He calls in a heavy favor from Bailey Bing. Inside, the elite wonder why no one has arrived. Lu Jino announces the guest's arrival. Chen enters, his calm aura clashing with the surrounding sea of iron. He presents his credentials to the officer. The man's eyes widen as he realizes Chen's true, staggering rank. A sharp salute follows. Inside, 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒆𝒅 is trembling with fear, her grandfather's life force fading into nothingness. The old man has given up. It's over, he wheezes, begging her not to involve any more innocence. Not while I'm here, Chen declares. He appears like a god of war stepping into a graveyard. The old man scolds her for wasting Chen's time, but 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒆𝒅 knows he is their final, absolute hope. Chen vows to handle the crisis himself. He refuses to let the people he protects fall to schemes. It was a poison trap. Someone sabotaged the medicine, turning a life-saving cure into a lethal weapon. 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒆𝒅 insists the medicines were triple-checked. This wasn't an accident. It was a cold-blooded, calculated frame-up. A traitor has swapped the vials. Chen asks about the victim. The entire province's future hangs in the balance. If the patient dies, the Zhou family is erased. The political fallout will burn the entire region down. Lead the way, Chen commands. As long as a single breath remains, he can defy even death. Can a master of killing actually heal? The soldiers are skeptical, seeing only a warrior, not a savior. With no other choice, they gamble everything. At the hospital, the air is thick with suffocating tension. The surgery light flickers red. Suddenly, the commander arrives, his overbearing presence demanding total, blind obedience. He sees Chen and freezes in shock. This is the man who humiliated his father and bloodline. I'll kill you, he roars, lunging forward. He seeks bloody vengeance right there in the hospital hall. Chen catches his fist with effortless grace. Until the patient wakes, you have no right to speak. With one dismissive move, he throws the commander aside. His power is on a completely different level. The commander seethes, nursing his pride. Chen might be a specialist, but he can't protect everyone forever. The doors swing open. 2 doctors emerge, their faces pale masks of defeat and looming tragedy. The poison has spread, they whisper. Despite their best efforts, the patient's life is slipping away fast. The commander barks insults, calling Chen garbage. But Chen ignores the noise and enters the operating room. Yelling is for the weak, Chen retorts. He pushes past the trash to face the real enemy. General Liu bets his entire career on Chen. If this fails, a court-martial is his only future. The tension is lethal. Even his enemies wonder if this young man possesses divine, hidden medical skills. The old man lies motionless on the stretcher. His skin is a map of dark, venomous purple spots. Only a monstrous will to live keeps him tethered. Any ordinary soul would have perished hours ago. Death's grip lingers, but the young master's luck is just beginning. Channeling his aura, he crushes the pill into pure spiritual essence. 5 minutes pass as the deadly poison finally dissolves away. The old body remains, yet a silent hero departs the scene. Startled, the doctor watches a miracle wake from the stretcher. The old man rises, eyes fixed on his mysterious young savior. I saved you to settle a debt, not for gratitude. The Zhu family is innocent. Look for the traitor within. This poison was a slow betrayal, fed to you monthly. Clean your house, old man. The legend vanishes like smoke. 8 minutes. The arrogant son calls the miracle a scam. Silence. The father stands revived, silencing his son's foolish pride. Doctors freeze in awe at this impossible medical phenomenon. Without that boy, a coffin would be my only home. The son's pride shatters as a miraculous doctor is revealed. He's gone, disappearing into the shadows before they could blink. A frantic apology follows, but the debt of regret grows. I deserve no thanks, the young man replies with ice. A family friend, or a hidden dragon amongst the mortals. Elsewhere, fury boils as a patriarch stares at a corpse. Who killed my son? The Zhang family roars for blood. The auction and the tripod lead to one deadly shadow. Scour the city, I want his head and his soul. A death sentence is cast, but our hero walks unbothered. A midnight call confirms that the enemy's grip is broken. Your name will shake the heavens by tomorrow morning, Master. No more hiding, let the whole world hear my name. The sacred tripod arrives, a vessel for his grand ascension. Efficiency perfected, this treasure will change his destiny forever. A warning from the shadows, the Zhang family draws near. They are hunting the one who took their precious prize. A private jet waits, but the young master refuses flight. I won't run, I will face their wrath head-on. With a plan ready, he turns his gaze to alchemy. Blue spirit herbs meet the heat of his divine flames. 9 tiers of mastery burn within the legendary tripod's core. Spiritual energy refines into a magnificent level 3 pill today. Can his ambition reach the legendary 7 patterns of power? A blinding light explodes. The ritual of creation is complete. A spirit pill emerges, radiating a celestial blue aura tonight. 7 patterns, a masterpiece born from his own 2 hands. This result far exceeds his expectations for such humble herbs. The tripod's power is truly a gift from the heavens. A legendary deal indeed, fueling his rise to supreme power. Time to cultivate. He swallows the pill to transform further. Suddenly, a violent blast erupts. His former weak body can barely contain the surging power. It is time to evolve. Dropping into a meditative stance, the mysterious chest crystal ascends. It hovers, radiating a divine, blinding glow above his head. Another explosion rocks the room. Primal energy floods his veins, shattering his limits with a thunderous, soul-shaking boom. Level 6 of the Enlightenment realm achieved. This one-sweet boy now feels a godlike strength coursing through his soul. The results are incredible. While others mourn his past self, the young master is already planning legendary alchemical creations. 2 realms crossed in one night. He stares at the 7-patterned spirit pill, shocked by its miraculous, heaven-defying effects. Could that hovering crystal be the source of this madness? He reaches out, gripping the strange stone with newfound confidence. Its resonance has shifted. Sensing a deeper calling, he decides to venture back into the forbidden reincarnation tombs immediately. Back among the ancient graves, Ken notices Liu Yin's tomb is now engulfed in a haunting, celestial blue light. With his new cultivation level, the tomb feels different. He senses he could awaken the legendary warrior sleeping within. He feels the power to break the seal. Once summoned, the beautiful and deadly Yanin would manifest to crush enemies. But it is a single-use trump card. The tomb would shatter forever. This is his ultimate weapon for survival. Meanwhile, Sunny screams in pure shock. Her phone reveals a headline that is about to turn their entire world upside down. Suris rushes out, dripping from the shower. The news is viral. The legendary Tanzan group, vanished 5 years ago, returns. Founded by Yi Chen's father, the empire had disappeared. Now, like a phoenix from ashes, it rises to reclaim glory. They scroll down and gasp. The official representative is none other than the loser, boy they used to overlook. Could he really have built this empire? They wonder if this is his ultimate move to finally confront his family. Inside the elite Chu building, panic erupts. Chuan stares at the news, unable to believe the outcast has returned. The investigation is conclusive. The legal phantom behind the massive Tanzan group is undeniably Yi Chen. The boardroom falls silent. His glowing, handsome face flashes on the screen. The woman is paralyzed. How did that former scum become a master? He turned trash into martial legends, she cries. But the group's return isn't the real nightmare, it's their violent rise. The group was built upon ruins. The previous leader and his entire sect were wiped out in mere days. He slams the table in a rage. The Tanzan group is built on a mountain of corpses. Such strength is terrifying. They must find the leader behind this slaughter. The woman stands speechless as her world begins to crumble down. The man mocks her, recalling how the boy was once deemed unworthy. They suspect a dark puppet master is involved. A messenger arrives with news. They believe the dying tycoon, Shen Hahua, is the secret power backing the young man. Somehow, Shen survived terminal cancer. Now, they believe he is using Yi Chen as a front to reclaim his throne. How dare they use that name? They sneer. They plan to crush his business before it starts. Who would support him? At the CIA residence, a cold woman scoffs. If that boy thinks a company can shake her, he is mistaken. It is time for a reality check. She coldly orders her subordinate to send a chilling ultimatum to every major family. Support Tanzan, and you become an enemy of the CIA family. She intends to bury him under her absolute authority. The entire city is in chaos. Even the mighty Ming and Hahua groups are being forced into this brewing war. Meanwhile, our hero is deep in training. His focus is shattered by a frantic call from his ally, Shen Hahua. The situation is dire. The CIA and Chu families have launched a total blockade to choke the new group. Other powerful families have joined the boycott. No one dares to attend the opening, fearing the wrath of the giants. Chen remains calm. He expected this cowardice. But Shen worries that without guests, the company will die at birth. He begs to postpone the opening, but our protagonist's eyes flash with a dangerous, confident light. Change nothing. Let them boycott, he declares. He will handle the fallout. The Tanzan group's debut will be a legendary, unforgettable spectacle. In his mind, the first pieces of the puzzle are set. His shadow allies are ready to move from darkness. Lingyan is eager to fight, but Chen knows secrets are his weapon. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him. Row and Yi corner him, demanding answers. Is he truly the hidden billionaire behind the mysterious Tanzan group? It was my father's legacy, he replies coolly. I am simply the rightful heir taking back what is mine. The girl approaches, her eyes full of regret. She apologizes for her mother's cruel attempt to sabotage his hard work. She tried to stop the blockade, but failed. She blames herself for the obstacles her family has placed in him. He smiles, leaning in close. It's not your fault, he whispers, but if you feel that guilty, maybe a kiss. A sweet kiss ignites jealousy, as Sun watches them closely. Chen smiles, assuring them the dawn brings a new fate. D-Day arrives, but the grand entrance is hauntingly silent. Abandoned, and alone Hua prays for a single ally. The bully Yuching appears ready to savor the hero's fall. A decade of fake friendship met with a stinging slap. Warning, helping the Yi family means certain total ruin. Chen enters with calm grace, thanking his only loyal ally. Loser! Yuching sneers, insulted by the protagonist's quiet dignity. Hua stands tall, demanding the snake leave his sight. The ultimatum: falls, abandon the projects, or face destruction. Two lions clash on her, fighting against the bully's greed. Gold is nothing, as the bitter rival retreats in anger. Total isolation, not a single guest dared to appear. Trust me, Chen whispers as the secret plan unfolds. 900 misses. Chu reports the crushing silent failure. The city trembles to help Chen, is to court death. She watches, wondering how this lone wolf will survive. The patriarch watches, his aura heavy, with legendary power. Time is running out, the boycott seems perfectly absolute. A ghost opening mocked by the shadows of Jianqing. Why target them? The group has committed no crime. Panicked officials scramble, sensing the patriarch's hidden icy fury. A legend's support, the officials tremble at the truth. Fix this now, the king orders, and cowards run. Fatu doubts, is one man worth a family war? You are blind, the patriarch sees a true master. A martial arts genius with the power of miracles. Born in the dirt, a dragon has finally awakened. Today lines are drawn, choosing the future of Jianqing. Wealth is fleeting, but absolute power belongs to them. The stage is set, the real ceremony begins now. 9 a.m., an empty red carpet of public shame. The press mocks them, writing headlines of pathetic failure. It's over, she sighs, turning to leave the ruins. Then the world stops as two goddesses finally descend. A sister's rage burns, seeing her blood defy the boycott. Flashbulbs explode as the legendary beauties steal the show. I risk everything for you, she teases the hero. A hero's gratitude, despite the chaotic attention they bring. They step back as a greater storm rolls in. A black Audi appears, and Master Yi arrives. The crowd gasps, the king of Jianqing is here. Hua is paralyzed, how did Chen summon this legend? Master Yi bows, the coronation of Chen has begun. Tanzan's glory is destined. The former loser bows, thanking Master Yi for this legendary blessing. The great clans must kneel. How did a nobody like Chen summon such a supreme powerhouse? Yuqing is shaken to her core. Is the invincible Master Yi truly backing this new empire? She recalls the royal club mystery. What hidden, godlike strength is Chen truly masking beneath his skin? Engines roar as titans arrive. Cars 01 and 02 signal the arrival of absolute kings. The press is paralyzed with shock. The two highest rulers of Zhongning have personally graced this stage. Cameras flash in frantic disbelief. It's impossible. Why would the city's monarchs attend a common opening? As they grace the red carpet, the crowd trembles. Chen's influence has reached the heavens themselves. A war machine thunders forward. The elite Quia military hunters descend upon the venue like lightning. Is this a declaration of war? General Lu Jino steps out, radiating a terrifying, murderous pressure. The world watches in pure terror. Just what kind of monster has this handsome young man become? The four great families are now ants. Real power has gathered to crown a new king today. One more challenger appears. A white carriage of pure wealth halts the entire world's breath. The Xia matriarch descends with malice. Who dares defy my bloodline's decree? She screams in rage. Director Sun desperately probes the shadows, calling his spies to unmask the legends standing before them. The report is a death sentence. Master Yi and General Lu are guarding this loser personally. Whispers of gods echo. The king of Jinan is the shadow protecting Master Yi's every move. And behind General Lu stands the commander-in-chief. The power scale has shattered into a million pieces. It's not just men, it's walking gods. The influence backing this group could flatten the entire region. She sneers with venomous pride. Kings don't play with insects. Chen is still just a lucky dog. Yet the evidence is undeniable. Chen has summoned legends, proving he is no longer the boy they bullied. Defy the Xia family and embrace ruin. She prepares her final, most devastating move against him. She targets the city's rulers. Since we can't touch generals, we shall crush the city's pawns. Prepare the funeral tribute. She prepares a gift intended to bring a curse of death. The reporters hold their breath. Is the Zia family here to surrender or to spill blood today? She approaches Chen with a serpent smile. So talented, yet so destined for an early grave. No flowers for your funeral today. She slowly reveals the dark secret hidden beneath the silk. It's a funeral urn, a taboo curse of bad luck presented at the height of the ceremony. The crowd gasps in horror. The Zia family has declared a war that only ends in blood. The girl's eyes blaze with fury. How dare this woman insult their hero with such filth? She barks at 𝑑𝒆𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒆𝒅 with total contempt. Have you forgotten your blood? Why side with this outsider? Her wrath turns on the director. You useless, disloyal trash. Consider yourself fired and finished. Sunia steps forward with a cold smirk. Your noble family is just a pile of rotting, broken garbage. The matriarch's face twists in rage. Teach this brat a lesson. Sun lunges with a killing blow. Chen moves like a phantom. He blocks the strike easily. Touch her and I'll paint this floor red. A thunderous laugh shakes the air. The Zia family, still acting like kings of the gutter. Jiao Fulu emerges from the crowd. Do you truly believe your small hand can cover the heavens? Master Yi is frozen in awe. How does Chen know a god-tier legend like the great Jiao? Chen smiles with dangerous charm. We met before, and nearly burned the world down together. Fulu bows with deep respect. Congratulations on your rise to the absolute summit, brother Chen. His gaze turns to icy steel. With a casual, mocking slap, he strikes the cursed funeral gift. The urn shatters into a million pieces. The Zia family's pride is crushed into the dirt forever. The matriarch screams in absolute madness. How dare a mere soldier destroy a gift from my bloodline? Does he not represent my family? A voice like ancient thunder silences the entire world's chaos. A legendary elder steps from the mist. The true battle for the heavens begins right here. She stood frozen in shock. How was he there? Elder Xiao declared Chen his close friend. If she dared touch him, the Xiaos would retaliate. Did her husband have the guts to wage war? Cold despair gripped her. Local committees meant nothing, but the Xiao clan was an insurmountable mountain. Her family only knew business. They were mere ants compared to the Xiao family's overwhelming martial power. Facing such absolute dominance, she gritted her teeth. With a frustrated huff, she accepted her humiliating defeat. She barked an order to retreat, dragging her director away. Chen offered sincere thanks for the elder's intervention. Xiao shook his head. You saved my life, Chen. This is only a fraction of what I owe you. Mrs. Chu fled in shame. The legendary Xiao family had chosen a side, and it wasn't hers. With the Xiao's full backing, Chen was untouchable. Her family's influence had crumbled in an instant. Desperate, Yin chased after her, begging for a lifeline. But she merely sneered, casting the trash aside. She kicked him away like a stray dog. Broken but frantic, he crawled back up, searching for hope. He rushed to Hua, weeping and pleading. He promised everything, begging his former friend to listen. Clinging to Hua's legs, he wailed about their brotherhood, blaming everyone else for his own spineless betrayal. Hua didn't hesitate. He delivered a brutal kick, disgusted that this snake dared to speak of brotherhood. You're a disgrace, Hua spat. The crowd roared with laughter as the pathetic traitor's mask finally shattered. The loser fled in tears. Chen smiled, praising Shen's loyalty before signaling the start of the grand feast. Fireworks exploded, painting the night sky. Reporters scrambled, knowing these photos would spark a media frenzy tomorrow. Amidst the chaos, a chilling presence arrived. Men in dark uniforms parted the crowd like a cold blade. National security, they announced. Their mission, an urgent inspection of the airport's high-tech systems under direct orders. Onlookers whispered, wondering if a blockbuster movie was filming. Others just mocked their strange, intimidating appearances. 3 figures stood tall, Chen Yu and Li. Suddenly, an elder bowed low to welcome their long-awaited arrival. Welcome back, the elder greeted. He'd prepared a feast, yet he trembled, sensing the monster before him. How far had his training on Wei Mountain gone? His aura was suffocating, heavy with the scent of death. Years ago, he was the undisputed king, but in his absence, the Chu family had stolen the throne. Now he had returned for vengeance. A crimson storm was coming to Jiangshang, and no one was safe. At the hotel, drinks were poured in respect. Judon pledged his eternal loyalty to the returning master. But the master had only one question. Who was the insect that dared to kill his descendant? "We're searching," Gerudong stammered. "But every record of that day has been wiped clean by a powerful hand." The killer had massive influence. The master's rage flared, his killing intent filling the room with icy dread. He flipped the table in a fury. "No more excuses," he roared, as his servant trembled in pure terror. Desperate, the servant produced a single lead, a photo of the primary suspect. It was a picture of Chen. "He looks too young," Li mused, eyeing the boy. "Could this mere child truly slay a martial arts master? Does he have a powerful family?" With a sneer, the master crushed the photo into worthless dust. "Guilty or not, he's a suspect," he growled. "And for that, his life is already forfeit." At the Tenzing group, tension filled the boardroom. Everyone wondered, how could they possibly grow this fast? Without a core product, they were vulnerable. Shen worried, while others suggested pouring money into networks. But mere networking wouldn't be enough. Surpassing the giant SEO group in 6 months seemed like a dream. Chen remained calm. "Investments aren't the answer," he declared. "We need a product that changes the world." He slammed a document onto the table. It was a revolutionary formula, a miracle cure for aging. 5 years of youth in one dose, and next to it, a pill to grant elders 3 more years. The room went silent. This wasn't science, it was divine alchemy. Such medicine was unheard of in this world. Shen vouched for him instantly. "He performed a miracle to save my life. Believe in his power." If this was real, the Tenzing group would become legends, crushing the SEO group overnight. Chen had only 2 conditions: massive production and total, absolute secrecy. No leaks would be tolerated. "Betray me," Chen warned, his voice turning cold, "and no one in the city will be left alive." With a 30-day ultimatum to conquer the city, the young sovereign's ambition was absolute. He demanded leadership roles. Su Mei claimed the market, her genius making her a natural director. He entrusted the empire's marketing to her. Suddenly, a chilling notification shattered the blonde's brief peace. Her father's shadow loomed. Chen sensed the dread as she read the message from the lion's den. She requested 10,000 per hour, a temporary salary to hide her burning loyalty to the company. Alone, he questioned her distant stance. A former CEO's worth was far beyond such a measly wage. He pushed for the truth. Why would a queen refuse a permanent throne by his side? Trembling with suppressed emotion, she confessed her fleeting time. Her heart belonged here, but fate was cruel. Her father's decree was final. A political marriage to save the family's honor from total ruin. That night, her soul was in turmoil. Why must a woman be traded like a heartless object? At breakfast, the tension was thick. He asked about their silent friend, but answers were nowhere found. She had vanished into her room, a wall of silence built from the bricks of her own despair. An urgent call from her aunt. Panic flared in her eyes as she begged for the frantic woman to slow down. Terrible news struck. She asked if he remembered Wang Ying, the shadow from his past. Chen's eyes darkened. Wang was his only brother back when the world treated him like trash. Through every insult and rejection, Wang remained his pillar, the only true friend he ever had. He was supposed to be studying. Chen demanded to know what tragedy had befallen his loyal brother. He was broken and bloodied. The campus was a fortress, blocking even life-saving help from entering. The attacker was a monster. Chen's shock instantly transformed into a cold, suffocating fury. They had signed their death warrants. Under the moonlight, he stood before the university gates like a god. The guards blocked their path. Rules and IDs were the only shields the cowards had left. Chen's hand touched the cold steel. The guards laughed, unaware that a storm was about to break. The iron fence shrieked and bent. He tossed the massive barrier aside like a piece of discarded trash. His murderous intent choked the air. He vowed a living hell for anyone who dared touch his kin. He would save Wang Ying. Any man who stood in his way would leave with shattered bones. The terrified guards knelt in submission. Within Block E2, a brutal drama was reaching its peak. Students watched in silent horror. A desperate boy held a wooden shard against a pack of wolves. A woman's tears fell for the fallen. She cursed the animals who took pleasure in such mindless cruelty. The bully mocked her screams. He questioned her authority, laughing at the broken soul on the floor. A father's heart was shattered. His son was now a cripple, an animal broken by their twisted games. Rage exploded from the youth. He called the tyrant a dog and challenged him to take his life. The bully's grin was sadistic. He dared the boy to die, relishing the smell of fear and desperation. With a bat raised for the kill, he promised a beating that would end in total annihilation. A protector stepped into the strike. Already broken, he pleaded for mercy, threatening to involve the law. The law meant nothing here. He spat out foul lies, accusing the victim's son of a heinous crime. Even the police couldn't stop him. The bully demanded a confession for a sin that was never committed. The boy screamed his innocence. 3 days ago, he had stopped the real monster from a shameful act. False accusations were his only weapon. The spiky-haired devil laughed at the boy's futile struggle for truth. He turned to his forced witness. With a mocking sneer, he told her to tell the lie they rehearsed. Her spirit was clearly broken. She whispered the lie, her eyes dead as the crowd began to laugh. No one heard her silent plea. The truth was buried under the weight of the bully's overwhelming power. The bat swung for the final blow, but Chen arrived, shattering the wood and the bully's ego instantly. He handed over a divine pill, a reward for Wang's loyalty that would ignite the fire in his soul. Strength surged through the victim's veins. Chen stepped forward, his eyes glowing with an ancient, terrifying power. His aura forced the truth out. The woman confessed in terror. It was all the bully's sick, twisted plan. A stinging slap echoes. The bully demands a groveling apology, but mercy isn't in Chen's vocabulary tonight. The assault continues relentlessly. The villain calls for backup, his father arriving with a murderous gaze. In the shadows, the Supreme Elder's plot. 4 elite stars are dispatched to crush the young master's spirit. After a mysterious meeting, Chen strikes. The reinforcements freeze in terror as his overwhelming aura suddenly explodes. The cowards scatter like dust. No more bullying, no more fear. Peace finally returns to the weak. A notebook is passed to Huan. Suddenly, an urgent call rings out, and Chen vanishes into the night. A blonde woman seethes with fury. Meanwhile, Chen prepares his ultimate power to end this feud forever. A kidnapping in progress, but our hero arrives like a god of death, clutching the culprit's throat. Is this the last one? Witnesses watch in absolute disbelief as the impossible unfolds before them. Even grand masters are nothing to him. Those 4 elite disciples were mere ants in his path. The woman tries to flee fate, but Chen is faster. You chose death the moment you touched her. She hits the dirt, begging for mercy. The predator has become the prey, trembling before his divine touch. "Kill me and you're doomed," she screams. Chen recognizes her voice from the past. Her final chance has evaporated. She wasted her only lifeline. Now there is no escape. Judgment has arrived for the wicked. "I've come to take you home." The girl's eyes light up with hope as her savior finally appears. Her bonds fall away like silk. She throws herself into his arms, never dreaming he'd actually come. "Can you walk?" he asks softly, but she notices his blood-stained hands. The cost of her freedom was high. "They're all dead," he states coldly. She reels in shock. How could one man defeat such monsters? Her father's words echo in her mind. Only a true martial arts prodigy. Is Chen the one she sought? If his strength is truly this legendary, her father might finally approve. Her heart beats with a new rhythm. Why does she want his approval so badly? Could she truly be falling for the man standing before her? The girl reaches for him, heart fluttering. Suddenly, he sweeps her off her feet and onto his broad back. "I'll carry you," he whispers. She leans in, savoring the warmth. With him, she feels completely invincible. At the Jang residence, tension thickens. Two men stare at a painting, fuming over their warrior's pathetic defeat. Beaten by a mere boy, it's a disgrace to their bloodline. They must find a way to kill him. 5 years of training, but such power. The bald man suggests a deadly duel. The trap is being set. The old man confirms the challenge. He glares at the painting, feeling an ominous chill down his spine. "We cannot lose to a brat." He shakes off his fear, blinded by pride and ancient greed. Roxu returns to a frantic house. Her family gasps as she's carried in. "Are you hurt? What happened?" They crowd around her, desperate for answers. She tries to calm the storm, insisting it was all a mistake. Her mother's worry turns to steel. "You're coming home immediately." A daughter's safety outweighs any rebellion. Her father is terrified for her situation, but Roxu refuses to leave. She won't be a bird in a cage. "I won't let you force her," Chen declares. His aura fills the room, silencing the frantic family. The tension breaks as a compromise is born. Return after the birthday celebration. But the mother has a secret. She mentions the aging grandmother, a heart-tugging plea to return and share precious time together. The girl relents, her heart softening. "Go," Chen says gently. "I'll visit you on your birthday." A smile finally touches Roxu's lips. "I'll wait for you," she promises, her heart lighter than ever before. Chen's gaze turns sharp as a blade. 5 seconds to decide, he warns. "Agree or I walk away forever." Panicked, the man yields to the pressure. The opportunity is too great to lose. The deal is struck. "Tell the king I'm coming tomorrow." The man stands there, paralyzed by the boy's cold, calculating nature. Why give away such treasures for free? It's a move no one expected. Chen is playing a different game. Roxu enters, looking for the officer. The challenge is accepted, and the gears of fate begin to turn. Documents are signed and approvals granted, but the officer knows the truth. This is a death warrant in disguise. Will Chen survive the family's wrath? The documents might be his only shield against the coming storm. Night falls on the quiet bungalow. Chen looks at the mystical cauldron. "With this, my true power awakens." After refining 200 divine pills, his phone vibrates with Sun's frantic messages. She demands to know why the boy hasn't returned, since it's getting incredibly late. He casually mentions buying a nearby villa, leaving her completely stunned and skeptical. He invites her over to check, though she suspects he's definitely just playing games. 10 minutes later, she enters the mansion, apologizing to the supposedly wealthy owner. She finds the hero training his skills, his aura radiating a terrifyingly sharp pressure. Sun frozen in place, wondering if this impossible reality is just a vivid dream. With lightning speed, he catches falling objects, finishing his session with a cocky grin. The redhead arrives, shocked to find that this legendary estate truly belongs to Yi. Grabbing her hand, he declares that this luxury home can be hers if she desires. Sun gazes at the top-tier furniture, feeling like she's stepped into a royal palace. She dives onto the plush bed, laughing as the sheer comfort overwhelms her senses. He gets straight to the point, offering to transfer the property deed by tomorrow. Flustered, she wonders if this is a confession or just a very expensive joke. Her expression shifts as she questions why he's being so incredibly generous to her. She mentions a 5-year-old incident, feeling conflicted about accepting such a massive repayment. Clinging to his arm, she pouts, angry that he hid his newfound wealth away. Blushing furiously, she claims it's unfair for him to live in such luxury alone. She decides to move in immediately, her heart racing at the thought of staying. Laughing, she realizes there are plenty of rooms to avoid sharing a single bed. The protagonist smiles, telling her she can stay as long as she is happy. Once alone, she hugs her pillow, embarrassed by the warmth in his deep voice. She whispers that he can't win her heart just by paying back an old debt. By sunrise, a weary Yi Chen sighs in relief, his grueling cultivation finally complete. Sun asks what he'll give CIA for her upcoming birthday celebration this weekend. Suddenly, the redhead appears, eager to collect the promised batch of medicinal pills. He hands over a simple bag, looking humble despite his legendary alchemical talent. He presents 200 pills, asking if their secret agreement is still in effect. The man gasps, horrified that priceless treasures are stored in a cheap plastic bag. The redhead orders his men to move them into a secure, high-tech container. Finding the storage full, he recklessly orders it cleared to prioritize Yi's divine pills. Yi assures them these pills are indestructible and won't lose their potent spiritual energy. He promises to replace any that fail, radiating the confidence of a true master. The redhead confirms the officers will provide backup against their enemies tomorrow morning. At the city pavilion, a top 400 ranked national master finally makes his entrance. His overwhelming presence causes everyone nearby to tremble in absolute, soul-crushing fear. For 10 years, Yuan has ruled the district as the supreme martial arts authority. He demands to know why these two elders have summoned a legend like him. They bow like fearful juniors, offering a rare gift to appease the master's pride. Inside the box lies a treasure capable of stabilizing one's fractured martial realm. It is a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, a resource worth a staggering king's ransom. Yuan accepts the generous bribe, his eyes gleaming with greed and hidden power. He mockingly suggests they might join his association after another decade of training. The bald man mentions tomorrow's arena clash between Chen and the teenager, Yi Chen. Yuan scoffs, confused why a mere boy deserves any tactical advice from a master. Why so fearful? The elder scoffs, revealing that the weakling only thrives because he bought a forbidden pill at a recent auction. Grinning maliciously, he claims that once that divine medicine is his, the brat will crawl at their feet before meeting a brutal end. Yet, the bald elder remains skeptical. He warns that Yi's arrogance knows no bounds, even threatening Master Chen and Yuan. But the master demands silence. Enough dramatics. Is this personal? The bald man snarls, calling the boy a heartless, cold-blooded assassin. A merciless monster. The other cries that the punk wiped out his entire bloodline. Hearing these dark tales, Yuan declares the boy a cancer to the martial world. Tomorrow, justice will be served by his own hand. The elders bow in deep gratitude, but the bald man hesitates, sensing another shadow looming over them. Suddenly, sharp applause echoes. A fiery red-haired beauty enters with her entourage, greeting Master Yuan with a smirk. She's just a student, they claim, innocent admirers who have idolized the great Master Yuan from afar. Desperate to learn his secrets, they grovel. Yuan eyes them suspiciously before letting out a booming, cynical laugh. Modern students need a harsh lesson in discipline. Soon, the dawn of the second day finally arrives. Deep in meditation, the hero suddenly snaps his eyes open. A violent surge of raw energy explodes outward. The local spirit chi is thin and tranquil, nothing like the chaos of the Forbidden Realms. Yet, strangely, his cultivation speed is skyrocketing. Could this mysterious stone be the catalyst? Suddenly, the relic begins to pulse. It moves. Is this ancient rock sentient? Does it truly respond to his inner soul? Perplexed, the boy draws closer to the chaotic magic stone. Its mystery fuels his resolve to face the upcoming deadly challenge. The incarnation cemetery within grants him unrivaled strength. He clears his mind, focusing only on the battle ahead. Overthinking is useless. This is his debut in a true death match. It is time to test his fate. Seeking a sign, he watches the turbo shell stand perfectly upright. His pulse quickens as he reads the omen. What does this impossible omen mean? His face hardens. The heavens are shielding his future from his own eyes. His clairvoyance is blocked. A sudden knock interrupts his thoughts. It is the red-haired girl ready for him. She's here to escort him to the slaughter. He nods, and soon they stand before the massive fighting arena. A sea of masters. He never expected such a gathering of China's elite martial artists in one single place. Familiar legends like Zhuangzan and Zhu Fulu loom in the crowd. Then, he spots Wei Lacan, lurking. In the shadows, playing the fool to mask his true power, he vows to protect his master at any cost. Even if the world falls, he will intervene. Suddenly, the crowd roars as three legendary figures finally arrive. The judges take the stage. The invincible Master Yuan, Master Wang, and the formidable Master Xiangming. Yuan steps forward, his voice booming with authority. He swears to uphold absolute order and impartial justice today. Whispers fill the air. Yuan is a monster who once ranked among the top 400 grandmasters in existence. Our hero senses the crushing pressure. This old man is a predator from a realm far beyond his own. He is outclassed in cultivation. It seems he truly underestimated the hidden depths of China's ancient martial arts. This master is the real deal. Beside him, Zhu Zixuan whispers a frantic warning about the judge's terrifying influence. Yuan isn't just strong, he's the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Crossing him means certain social death. Nobody dares to defy him. Yet Chen remains unfazed, his expression cold and unimpressed by such empty titles. Don't be reckless. She urges him to seek favor with Xiangming instead. A powerful ally could grant him immunity. With his protection, even the Chen family would back down. Suddenly, war drums thunder, signaling the start of destiny. Master Yuan summons the combatants. Master Chen enters the ring, his face a mask of pure, murderous intent. "I will end you, boy," Chen snarls. The crowd mocks the youth, betting against the arrogance of House Yi. How can a kid face a white-haired legend? Fed up with the chatter, Xiangming silences the peanut gallery. "Shut your mouths or face my wrath," he sighs, watching the arena with a mixture of curiosity and dread. To reach this height at his age, the boy is a genius, but talent won't save him from elimination. The rules are simple: fight until one falls, but keep your destructive power contained, spare the innocent spectators nearby. The battle begins. Chen's voice drips with venom as he asks why the boy slaughtered his kin so mercilessly. "Why did you butcher them?" Smiling coldly, Chen replies that they simply reaped the karma they so richly deserved. If the patriarch falls, the Chen legacy crumbles. Enraged, the old man strikes with every ounce of his fury. He pours his soul into one blow, roaring to crush this brat. Yi Chen simply leaps, defying gravity itself. Effortlessly evading the strike, he mocks the elder. "Is this the best a master can do?" he sneers coldly. The master unleashes his 10 dominant fists. Yet, Yi Chen dances through the chaos, laughing at the pathetic display. "Dominant? These feel like toddler fists," he scoffs. The crowd gasps as the legendary elder misses every shot. The onlookers are paralyzed. How can a mere boy make a grandmaster look so incredibly incompetent and weak? "Fight like a man," the elder screams. Yi Chen grins, revealing he was only testing how much trash remained. The old man's eyes turn blood red. Consumed by madness, he swears to bury this arrogant brat deep underground. They collide in a bone-shattering clash, but Yi Chen remains bored, yawning at the elder's pathetic lack of power. One precise counter sends the patriarch crashing. He hits the dirt like a sack of garbage, utterly broken. While Master Yuan trembles in disbelief, Yi Chen's allies beam with pride. The fallen king lies in the dust. "So weak," Yi Chen sighs. "A family this pathetic has no right to exist in my world anymore." Desperate, the old man rises. He prepares a forbidden technique, uncaring if it burns his very life force away. His aura explodes. A spectator shivers, realizing this is a suicidal treasure of pure, raw martial energy. Yi Chen senses the shift. This is the forbidden art of a high-grade cultivator, a final, deadly gamble. To use this skill is to shatter one's own internal organs. The price is death, but the power is godlike. Heaven weeps as lightning tears through the sky. The elder prepares to unleash a storm of pure destruction. "He will be turned to ash," the judges scream. The entire arena holds its breath for the inevitable end. As the lightning approaches, Yi Chen just chuckles. Are you a master or a human helicopter? He mocks playfully. With a flick of his wrist, his protective barrier ignites. His friends watch, hearts pounding against their ribs. The villains smirk, certain of victory. But as the smoke clears, a figure stands tall, wreathed in shadows. Yi Chen is untouched, smiling down at the corpse-like elder. Master Yuan's mind reels at the impossible sight. No secret technique, no special strike, just a simple, heavy fist. How did he withstand that heavenly shockwave? Driven by fear and duty, Master Yuan lunges forward. He won't let his ally be humiliated any further. Planning to join the funeral? Yi Chen asks. The air grows cold as the new challenger enters the ring. Know your place, boy, Yuan bellows. He vows that to kill the elder, Yi Chen must face him first. Yi Chen sees right through him. That wasn't a stop, that was a killing blow. His eyes turn cold. Fine then, he declares. I'll send you both to hell together. His dark aura begins to boil over. Suddenly, another coward strikes from the shadows. Taking advantage of the chaos, he aims for the kill. Master, look out! Yinling screams in terror. It seems there is no escape from this coordinated ambush. The assassin's fist connects. He grins, aiming a final, lethal blow at Yi Chen's skull to finish it. Too slow, Yi Chen's elbow smashes into the coward's gut. Here is your final sentence, he whispers darkly. A single strike obliterates the third opponent. The man explodes in a burst of gore, unable to even scream. The crowd is horrified. Was that truly the rank 514 Grandmaster who was just deleted? Demonic arts, the judge stammers. Below, the broken Master Chen begs Yuan for his miserable life. Yuan promises protection, but he's too late. A fatal strike pierces the elder before Yuan can even blink. I told you, Yi Chen sneers. Not even God can save you now. He turns his gaze toward the judge. The audience trembles at his sheer arrogance. This boy is a monster who treats grandmasters like mere insects. The fight was over, the judge roars. Yi Chen simply laughs at the hypocrisy of these so-called masters. You orchestrated an ambush and talk of rules, he scoffs. The judge has no moral ground left to stand on. Master Yuan's rage boils over. How dare you disrespect me? Yi Chen just smiles, calling him an old dog. I'll wipe out your entire bloodline, Yi Chen promises. Step forward if you're tired of living, old man. The room freezes. Does he have a death wish? Offending Yuan is an insult to the entire association. Every martial artist in the district now wants his head, but Yi Chen stands alone against the world. Master Yuan focuses every drop of his essence into his hand. The final, devastating strike is being prepared. Channeling lethal sword intent, he prepares to test the legend's true might, but the clash is suddenly halted. Wuk-Eng intervenes, slamming between them while demanding why a master would unleash such crushing power on a youth. Yuan snarls back, accusing the boy of harming innocents and mocking the high judge's authority with his arrogant behavior. The elder roars that every warrior knows the arena's blood-soaked risks, and that Yuan is the one violating sacred rules. Outraged, Jingfu threatens that if this protection of Yi Chen continues, he will report directly to the president. He demands the man realize the gravity of this situation, especially since the boy shares no blood with the Wu family. Weighing the consequences, Samming realizes he cannot openly defy the president's authority just yet, but he has a plan. Turning to the young prodigy, he offers him a prestigious place within his family, sending shockwaves through the watching crowd. The spectators erupt, screaming for the boy to seize this golden chance for absolute power. Meanwhile, Chu Shiren watches, stunned. Bitter regret gnaws at her for ignoring his hidden talent. Nearby, Yuan demands how such a murderer could be invited. He panics, knowing that if the boy gains the Wu family's protection, his chance for vengeance will vanish forever. But then the impossible happens. The young man coldly rejects the offer, shocking everyone to their very core. He declares he needs no savior, vowing not to leave while that old dog is still drawing breath in this arena. The Chu heiress wonders if he's lost his mind. Joining the Wu clan is every martial artist's ultimate, unreachable dream. She feels a twisted relief for rejecting him before. Stepping back, Wu Saming warns the boy must now face his fate. With a predatory smirk, Yuan mocks the boy for throwing away his final lifeline and choosing a certain, painful death. "Shut up," the boy retorts coldly, reminding Yuan that he only survives now because of the interference of the elders. His allies tremble at his reckless defiance, fearing this arrogance will lead to a swift and brutal execution on stage. The master lunges, boasting he'll end this brat in 3 moves. Unfazed, the boy observes the deadly energy gathering ahead. A lethal force focuses into a single finger. Narrowly dodging, the youth decides to test a top-tier grandmaster's true limits. Watching the razor-sharp wind blades, the Wu elder notes the terrifying power capable of slicing through the hardest steel effortlessly. Yet the boy dances through the air, evading every lightning-fast strike with a grace that defies all logical explanation. Landing softly, he taunts his foe, claiming even the grandest effort is meaningless if it fails to even touch him. He launches a ferocious counterattack. Yuan grins, acknowledging the boy's rare talent even as he prepares a deadly new trap. "A bird is still prey for the net," Yuan sneers. Suddenly, shimmering energy threads bind the young man in midair. He senses these threads are brittle, but before he can break free, a devastating surprise attack catches him completely off guard. The flying dragon strike explodes against his chest. Yuan stares in disbelief as the boy somehow remains standing despite the impact. A worried onlooker notes that while he survived the blast, his internal organs must be shattered beyond any medical repair. Yi Chen realizes his current cultivation is pushed to the limit against a master of the elite Kaidong realm's power. To survive, he activates his mysterious magic stone. Sensing the shift, Yuan charges in to finish him before he transforms. As the world warps, the boy is suddenly transported into the haunting, ethereal realm of the reincarnation cemetery once again. Confused by this unexpected shift, his eyes fall upon a legendary tombstone marking the final rest of a demonic fist master. From the swirling mist, Liu Yanin emerges, questioning how such a weakling could possibly claim ownership of this sacred burial ground. Despite the insult, the boy is thrilled, sensing an overwhelming ancient power radiating from this terrifying spiritual entity before him. Liu sighs, realizing the boy hasn't yet mastered summoning the 100 specialists, making him the absolute weakest link in existence. Yi Chen stands confused, struggling to grasp the cryptic insults being hurled at him by this legendary, long-dead martial master. Liu explains that as the tomb's successor, he is destined to inherit forbidden knowledge, though mastery will require immense sacrifice. Time is of the essence. The boy must absorb every ounce of this ancient wisdom before returning to his physical body. Back in reality, an eerie aura surrounds Yi Chen. With 0 effort, he catches Yuan's lethal strike using only 2 fingers. Yuan is paralyzed with fear as his ultimate move is casually nullified, sending him crashing face-first into the arena dirt. Trembling, he demands to know what happened. Yi Chen smiles coldly, stating he simply returned the master's own energy with interest. Forcing the flow back upon his foe, he raises a glowing fist to end this pathetic farce once and for all. The audience gasps in terror, wondering what kind of inhuman monster could manipulate internal energy with such divine, effortless precision. Broken on the ground, Yuan realizes the gap between them is like a grain of sand against a massive mountain. In a desperate plea for his life, the once-proud master grovels, promising total eternal loyalty if only he is spared. But Yi refuses to listen. He strikes with a brutal energy fist, declaring the fool unworthy of even serving him. The crowd stands frozen in shock. How can a mere teenager possess such godlike power? Their world is upside down. A son whispers to his father, "That isn't the real Yi." Yingshan admits his master's stage is now all of China. This is historic. Master Wu senses something terrifying. He realizes this boy isn't just a martial artist. He's something more. He is a great cultivator. Beside him, a man trembles, asking if the legends who can destroy everything truly exist. Master Wu remains silent. This shocking act has changed everything. If word spreads, you will become an enemy of the world. That's enough for the spy hidden in the crowd. A masked man watches closely, preparing to report this impossible strength. The specialist sneers, confident the boy won't escape. But Lu Yunin senses his presence like a wolf catching a scent. You've been spotted. The spy tries to flee, but a spectral energy fist slams him into the dirt instantly. Two men rush to the fallen specialist, confused by his sudden collapse. In the arena, Yi smirks at his ally's strength. The entity laughs, proud of its soul-shattering power, which can eliminate any target from a distance without effort. But Yi is worried. Now everyone will hunt me down. The monster offers to rewrite the memories of the entire crowd. Using internal energy, he prepares to tap their heads. Yi begs him not to lead these innocent people to their deaths. Lu promises to be gentle. Even if I erase their minds today, one day the truth may resurface from their souls. He only asks to spare Yilingen. The entity agrees, and a tide of celestial blue light begins to swallow everyone. The man in the suit watches in terror as the light spreads. Lu decides to give Wu Sanging a final choice. Serve me or lose your mind like the others. Sanging realizes he is facing a god from a superior dimension. Recognizing a legendary opportunity, the man bows low. He chooses to become a loyal servant to the powerful Yi. The entity plants a soul seal in his head. Betray him, and you will suffer a fate worse than death. Find a quiet sanctuary, the entity commands Yi. I must complete my final mission before I vanish forever. In a secret room, Yi demands the truth. Time is short, Lu replies. Ask only what your soul needs to know. How were you trapped in the stone? I am the master of the cemetery, Lu reveals, and you are the heir. It is my duty to forge you into an immortal specialist. You must force the other legends to acknowledge your crown. Yi's blood runs cold. If Lu is the weakest among them, how terrifying are the other 99 ghosts in the cemetery? He thinks of the common void, those who have lurked in the depths for centuries. How monstrous is their true power? 2 hours, the entity declares. I will pour my entire legacy into your brain. Prepare for the flood. An ocean of forbidden information crashes into Yi's mind. He struggles to absorb the weight of 100 ancient lives. As the transfer ends, Lu names him the master of reincarnation. Call me teacher, and never let my arts fade. Yi obeys with respect. The entity laughs, disappearing into the void while hoping for a future reunion in another life. He clutches his head. If his tombstone broke, he must have reincarnated. Now he must master his new godlike strength. He shatters the barriers of the Unnan realm. With a roar, he decides to cross the entire stage in one breath. Outside, the earth begins to tremble. People scream, fearing an earthquake, but it's just the birth of a new legend. He has reached the Kidong realm. Now, if Jing Fu appears, he can erase him without any help from the ghosts. He can finally resonate with the next tombstone. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's Sunny, and she sounds absolutely furious. Where are you? She screams. Yi calmly says he's home, but the girl isn't buying his lies for a second. Mastering 100 specialists, he now carries their divine legacy. The spirit vanishes, leaving behind a legacy of pure power. Iken realizes the ancient masters have reincarnated for this moment. He prepares to unleash his godlike techniques upon his foes. He shatters the realm's limit, ascending to a new level. The ground trembles as his perfect body radiates overwhelming aura. Now he can crush any rival without needing any help. A new tombstone glows, awakening another layer of forbidden strength. Suddenly, his phone rings and Sunny's jealous temper explodes. He claims he is home, but her fury is relentless. A sudden tremor shakes her soul as she begs her friend to attend the grand birthday celebration. Realizing his grave mistake, Yi Chen rushes toward the party, unaware of the chaos awaiting his arrival. In a dark room, the scarred warrior reveals the arena's bloodbath, leaving his cold boss utterly paralyzed. The legendary Yan Jingfu was erased. The goateed chief demands to know how this was possible. But the soldier remembers nothing. His mind is a shattered void of forgotten, terrifying martial arts power. A total memory wipe. The chief suspects a supernatural monster lurking within the shadows of the arena. He searches for traces of divine aura on the soldier's clothes from that fateful, bloody event. Hand over the belt. Inside lies a hidden tactical camera, recording the truth of that legendary clash. Eyes glued to the screen, the chief prepares to witness the secret that guards the national security. Pure shock. Is Yi Chen even human? His speed is a dance of death that defies nature. Only a top 50 grandmaster could reach this peak, yet this boy was supposed to be trash. Not even the elite Dragon Soul Squad could contain the overwhelming power radiating from this young monster. The laptop slams shut. "Keep this secret or face the death of a traitor," he growls fiercely. Every witness must be investigated. No footage of this divine awakening can ever reach the public. Erase every scrap of evidence from the arena. The world is not ready for this boy's power. While the chief reports to the summit, the birthday girl's party begins to descend into drama. The elite of Jiang City gather, unaware that a legendary predator is already on his way there. In her stunning red dress, the birthday girl searches for the loser who captured her lonely heart. A blonde socialite interrupts, announcing the arrival of a titan from the feared and wealthy Qin family. They've sent a grandmaster to claim the girl, treating her like a prize for their arrogant master. Rank 600. Qin Yaning's aura suffocates the room as he delivers a cold, royal invitation. "My master demands your visit," he sneers, his presence a heavy weight upon every guest's soul. But she refuses. The room turns cold as she defies the masters of the city's underground. Gasps erupt. No one dares reject the Qin family. They are the absolute rulers of this world. Her mother trembles, begging for mercy, but the Grandmaster's eyes glow with a promise of violence. "Rejection brings death," he warns, until a sharp, mocking laughter pierces through the heavy tension. Wu Jiaming steps out from the shadows, challenging the Qin family's pride with a cold smirk. The guests watch in awe. The powerful Wu clan has chosen to protect the beautiful birthday girl. Why would they risk a war for her? The mystery deepens as the two titans lock eyes. Qin Yaning snarls, claiming the girl already belongs to his master like a piece of property. The verbal war ignites. The air crackles with killing intent that threatens to shatter the mansion. Jiaming laughs, knowing these bullies will soon kneel before the absolute power of his true master. He calls the Grandmaster a mere guard dog, stoking a fire that will soon consume them all. The bully attacks, but Jiaming is a blur, reappearing behind him like a ghost of death. Amidst the clash, the mother asks if the trash named Yi Chen died in the fight. She mocks his weakness, while her daughter prays for the safety of the boy she loves. "Is he alive?" she whispers. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and a legend finally steps inside. "Cursing me on your birthday." Yi Chen's voice is deep, his new handsome face stunning the crowd. The mother freezes in horror as the mighty Jiaming drops to his knees before the boy. Why is a titan bowing to a teenager? The guests can't believe their own terrified eyes. The blonde girl smiles. Her prince has returned with a perfect body and unstoppable martial power. Yi Chen ignores the shock, his cold gaze making the Qin family's grandmaster tremble in fear. He walks to the birthday girl, his handsome features glowing under the mansion's crystal chandeliers. "My gift is beyond price," he whispers, touching the treasure hidden deep within his suit. The mother interrupts the magic, calling her daughter to the stage for the final tragic act. The hostess welcomes the crowd, noting the powerful Qin family and an enigmatic elder near the CIA family. Yi realizes she is the matriarch. Asked about his delay, he coldly claims he was cleaning up some trash. The ceremony begins. A wealthy heir boasts of spending 50 million on a massive jade emperor statue. Months were spent carving Guan Yin, but guests snicker. To the Sias, money is merely a cheap numbers game. Sun, the purple-haired beauty, trembles. Her modest gift feels like garbage compared to these multi-million-dollar treasures. Her friend whispers that sincerity outweighs gold. The birthday girl values the heart more than the price tag. Finding her resolve, she steps forward. Roxy warns her not to pull any stunts at this high-stakes event. Roxby stares intensely, reminding Sun that their friendship won't survive a betrayal or any deceptive games today. Sun presents a small box. Her friend opens it, eyes widening in shock at what lies inside. It is a handmade miniature of their home, featuring two girls laughing together in a cozy living room. The blonde is moved by the intricate craftsmanship. This tiny world is far more precious than cold jewels. Overwhelmed with joy, she hugs Sun. Watching from the shadows, he smiles at their pure, unbreakable bond. He steps forward next. He casually mentions he arrived in a rush, leaving little time for elaborate preparations. He hands Miss Shia a jade pendant, a seemingly simple token offered with a cool, effortless grace. Her breath catches. This isn't just jade, it carries the legendary seal of the Supreme Wu family. That emblem signifies the Wu family's absolute protection. Its value is beyond any price the world can name. Terrified by its weight, she tries to refuse, but Yi insists, his gaze firm and unyielding. He declares that this priceless artifact is nothing compared to her happiness. The atmosphere in the room shifts. He mentions their future wedding, promising an even more legendary gift for that fated day. The blonde blushes furiously as the guests gasp. The Wu family is openly backing this mysterious young man. Confusion erupts. The CIA family already promised her to the Qin heir. This support defies all logic. Enraged, a Qin representative barks at Yi to know his place before he faces a world of pain. He scoffs at the Wu gift, calling it useless, and demands she accept the Qin family's superior offering. He reveals the soul refinement pill, a treasure capable of turning a mere mortal into a powerful martial artist. The crowd erupts in awe. This pill is a miracle that grants strength to those without any training. Everyone praises the Qin family's immense generosity. Roxby accepts the gift, promising to repay the favor later. As she reaches out, the box slips. The legendary pill rolls across the floor like common gravel. Suddenly, Yi's boot crushes the pill into dust. He asks why she would accept such pathetic trash. Horror fills the room. The Qin heir screams in fury, unable to believe this brat destroyed his treasure. Yi scoffs, explaining the pill was expired and toxic. It would only cause her agonizing pain, not strength. He then produces a handful of perfect, glowing pills that radiate a heavenly fragrance. The guests are stunned. How can one boy possess so many divine treasures? Roxu stares in total disbelief. He orders her to take them, but casually adds that these high-grade pills were just a minor bonus. He presents his true gift. Roxby opens the box, and a brilliant light illuminates her shocked face. It is a breathtaking necklace with a massive gemstone. The men around them start to jeer and mock. But Roxby gasps, "The tear of the stars!" It is the lost heirloom her grandfather once cherished. The grandmother trembles, confirming it is the final masterpiece crafted by her late husband before his passing. Tears stream down Roxu's face. The recovery of this sentimental treasure means more to her than any fortune. He asks if the gift suffices. She cries out that it is the most beautiful thing she has received. In a moment of pure gratitude, she kisses Yi. The entire hall falls into a deathly silence. The guests are outraged. How could she betray Master Qin so shamelessly in public view? Ignoring the whispers, the young woman beams at her savior, but the jilted suitor reaches his breaking point. He explodes in rage, calling her a shameless woman and raising his hand to strike her down. Like lightning, Yi intercepts the blow, crushing the man's arm with a single, devastating punch. "You've crossed the line, you pathetic brat," Yi growls, his eyes cold as death itself. A thunderous slap shatters his arrogance, sending the trash flying across the room as he rages. Spitting blood, he screams family threats, but his Qin name holds zero weight against this monster. Our hero sneers, mocking the Qin lineage as mere ants that would perish all the same. The crowd gasps, paralyzed by the audacity of a youth challenging the city's most powerful titans. He coldly reveals his restraint was thin, as today was nearly the day he ended him. One final strike sends the man spiraling through the air like a broken, useless puppet on stage. While the loser begs, the master orders the dogs removed and the blood stains erased immediately. A soul-shaking scream pierces the silence, leaving the onlookers trembling in a pool of pure terror. They finally realize it. The protagonist fears nothing, not even the legendary might of the Qin family. Witnessing his overwhelming aura, a woman wonders how such youthful power could possibly even exist today. She invites him for tea, stunned that a boy with such violent hands acts so calm. She admits her foolishness, realizing she had blind eyes for a dragon hidden among the commoners. The bombshell drops. Ryuoxi is engaged to a Qin, but Yi's expression remains as cold as ice. Though they rule markets, the Qin clan lacks martial strength, making them desperate for true power. Seeking a shield for their future, her father traded her destiny for the protection of warriors. Her mother offers a deal: break the chains, but warns of the Qin family's inevitable revenge. She urges him to seek elite allies to survive the coming storm of steel and blood. This warning is for his survival, advising the young master to stay far away from her. He asks if these powerful Qins can even compare to the might of the martial arts society. Declining her private jet, he prepares to leave, his presence towering over the room's elite atmosphere. He declares he will never bow. If they dare to block his path, he'll slaughter them. The lady stands frozen, terrified by the cold, murderous intent radiating from the boy's calm eyes. Exhaustion finally hits, but his rest is cut short by the playful entrance of the beautiful sun. She slides onto his bed, whispering that her rival would not be returning home this night. Jealousy flares as she asks about the blonde's kiss, pouting at his indifferent and cool response. Closing the distance, she claims his lips for her own, igniting a spark of intense tension. She demands to know who is better, leaving our hero caught in a crossfire of hearts. He tries to escape with a cheek kiss, but she is a predator hunting a real answer. Finally, he surrenders, admitting her kiss was the best, sending her heart into a joyous flutter. Overjoyed by his answer, she wraps him in an embrace, vowing to win his heart tonight. Flipping the script, he pins her down, his dominant aura taking control of the heated moment. He challenges her to use her strength, but a sudden, irritating ringtone shatters the romantic mood. Fuming with rage, he curses the intruder who dared to interrupt his night of pure victory. Just as they resume, the persistent ringing returns, pushing his legendary patience to the absolute edge. Before he can smash the device, Sun realizes it is an emergency call from Shen Hua. He senses trouble, knowing the old man would not call unless the sky was actually falling. Calling back, the atmosphere shifts as a desperate, trembling voice answers from the other side now. Disaster has struck. The secret formula, their most precious treasure, has been stolen by unknown shadows. Rushing to the scene, he demands the truth about the brutal raid that occurred this evening. Professional killers left a trail of bodies, stealing materials with terrifying, cold-blooded and surgical precision. Analyzing the wreckage, Yi realizes the locks were not forced. This was a calculated, inside betrayal job. The spy's disappearance confirms his theory, fueling a cold fire of vengeance within his dark soul. These were not thieves, but elite combatants who slaughtered highly trained specialists in the deep dark. Though Shen begs for punishment, he knows that finding the culprit is now the only priority. His eyes blaze with intent as the hunt begins. The world will feel his righteous wrath. Arriving at the massacre, our hero surveys the fallen. The air reeks of murder. Gazing into their lifeless eyes, he realizes the truth. They were all tortured to death. Sickeningly cruel, he mutters. His companion trembles, wondering what their next move will be. The formula is stolen, but the boy is unfazed. I'll rewrite it. Souls are irreplaceable. The man bows in shame. He forgot that human lives weigh more than any science. The security feed was destroyed. No cameras, no witnesses, only the silence of the dead. I'll find them, our hero vows. He orders 10 million paid to the victims' families. The elder is stunned. This young man protects his own with truly kingly, legendary generosity. Suddenly, something catches his eye. A final message clutched by a brave, fallen employee. It's a family crest hidden in a cold palm, a silent testimony from the grave. You left this clue for me. He swears their final sacrifice won't be in vain. His phone rings. It's Yinning. How did the caller even get his private, secret number? 𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒆𝒅 borrowed a phone to send a photo. He needs help identifying the mysterious crest. One look at the image, and our hero's blood boils. This is a declaration of war. The Wu Wang family, a savage foreign mafia now trying to invade and poison China. Led by a god named Bei, they seek a foothold to dominate our peaceful nation. With 100,000 disciples, they worship their leader like a divine, immortal emperor. I've faced these devils before, a voice warns. They are elite killers, not mere thugs. But our hero already has the lead. The vermin are nesting at the Gangri Hotel. Send me the address. His voice is ice. The hunt for these monsters begins now. Is he really going alone? I'll send every last one of them back to hell. At the hotel, the villains toast to their success, mocking the lives they just took. They celebrate their divine luck, but the commander sneers at the mention of any god. God protects the weak. We only serve our lord, the great Bei Yuanjun, he laughs. A traitor crawls forward, begging for his reward. He sold his soul for dirty money. The smoking leader smirks at the slave. We reward our loyal dogs very well, Lua. Promises of citizenship and $30 million dance in the traitor's greedy, desperate eyes. But the rat wants his pay now. He knows the weight of his ultimate betrayal. The villain's smile vanishes. He hates it when a mere tool tries to give orders. Who do you think you are? He roars, the room's atmosphere turning lethal and cold. He strikes the traitor down. You should be honored to serve a superior nation, slave. The traitor finally sees his mistake. He sold his country to monsters who hate him. A disloyal dog doesn't deserve life, the villain sneers, calling for a swift, bloody end. The order is given. The traitor's usefulness has officially reached its final, tragic chapter. Screams for mercy echo fruitlessly. I did everything. Please don't kill me, I'm innocent. But to these foreigners, he's just a pathetic coward who deserves a lonely dog's death. Don't bring your filth to China, a chilling voice interrupts. A figure stands outside. Our protagonist looks down at them. You're all nothing but a swarm of annoying insects. How dare you crawl into my home? His aura radiates an overwhelming, bone-crushing pressure. They stare in horror. They're on the 18th floor. How did he even climb up? Save me, the traitor wails, seeing his only hope in the hero he betrayed. The villain roars for blood. Kill him. Bring me that arrogant brat's head right now. Guards charge with steel, but our hero smiles. This isn't a fight, it's a slaughter. In a blur of godlike speed, he vanishes, reappearing behind them before they can blink. Forget the details. Now tell me, who exactly is the leader of the circus? Death is coming for you all, he mocks the fatty's bluff. One punch shatters his jaw. Kumu screams a desperate, terrified warning. He's an ancient martial arts master. The mob strikes with blades. Our hero grabs Yuanin, throwing him like trash into the crowd. The blonde is stunned, who lifts 300 kilograms one-handed. China's small fry were nothing. He finally sees a true grandmaster. This boy's aura is different. He is a god among men. Shen Jin steps forward, sneering at his useless, defeated underlings. I'm the Ada sword-style successor. You've impressed me, kid. But you're going to hell. The hero demands the stolen formula. The blonde laughs. Lord Kawasaki enjoyed breaking your soldiers' bones. A lightning-fast kick sends him flying mid-sentence. Total disrespect. Bring me Kawasaki now, or I'll break every bone you have. How dare you? The blonde claims he was just caught off guard. The hero brushes the man's hair. Fear finally starts to set in. Rip, he tears out a handful of hair, making him scream. A bald giant appears, complaining that his peaceful sleep was ruined. Save me, Kawasaki. The monster admits he slaughtered the soldiers. I killed them all. He boasts about the bloody, interesting details. They wouldn't talk, so I snapped their bones like dry twigs. He cackles like a maniac. They died protecting a brat like you. You're dead meat now. The blonde thinks his boss is invincible. Kawasaki is a 2.4-meter titan of monstrous power. The Wuchang Club's ultimate beast, but our hero just sneers back. A savage knee smashes his face, enjoying the torture now. I'll dismantle your body piece by piece for what you've done. Get up and fight. The hero wants to fold him like origami. Persistent, aren't you? Another devastating blow rocks the massive titan. The giant collapses. Shenjin is paralyzed by pure, unadulterated shock. The beast is finished. Now the hero turns to the coward. I'll pay you back, anything. The blonde begs in total terror. Can your life pay the debt? Our hero ends him instantly. A total massacre. Lu Zai wonders if this is God's power. Why does she follow him? The hero approaches the last survivor. The man begs, offering a lifetime of free labor for mercy. A brutal kick to the gut is his only reward today. You played with lives, now rot in guilt like the trash you are. He calls for cleanup, but a chilling presence fills the room. Kawasaki rises. Black smoke leaks from his mouth like a demon. He's a walking corpse, a zombie puppet fueled by pure hatred. Something is wrong. The hero senses a dark presence in the room. Kawasaki rises. Black smoke pours from his eyes like a demon. He's a walking corpse, a zombie puppet fueled by dark power. You'll regret crossing Wuchang. The hollow voice echoes with cold rage. Someone is pulling the strings. A hidden master controls the giant. A Japanese master hiding his puppet strings while using secret arts. Truly impossible. Bai, the arrogant club leader, mocks him, but Yi Chen claims to be his superior. With one strike, he warns, tread on China's soil and I'll end your bloodline. Miles away in Japan, the shadowy leader trembles as a phantom shockwave shatters the silence. Blood sprays as the impact hits home. The guards watch their master in absolute horror. You'll pay for this arrogance. Bai roars, his pride wounded worse than his broken body. Meanwhile, the board meets in tense silence. The impossible task was finished. Could one boy really reclaim those stolen documents in a single, blood-soaked night? Leave if you wish, Yi Chen declares, but betray me and your end will be agonizing. Back at Sun's villa, the cold vengeance melts into a moment of tender, breathing warmth. Sun pleads with him to let the darkness go, but Yi Chen's heart remains heavy. Had I chosen my allies better, this tragedy would have never unfolded, he sighs deeply. She begs him to stop overthinking. In response, he pulls her into a passionate kiss. After their night of passion, he checks her wounds. His divine healing worked absolute wonders. I'll take the lead next time, he whispers, caressing her with a newfound, protective gentleness. Sun pouts playfully, insisting she's the one in control. The romantic tension is electric. Leaning against his chest, she offers a secret for a secret, a pact of souls. I've loved you for 5 long years, she confesses, tears of joy shining in her eyes. He echoes her feelings, yet the shadow of his fallen family looms over their happiness. Sun vows to stay by his side, wanting only to cook and care for her hero. He holds her tight, promising that no one will ever replace her in his life. Ask me anything, he says. The time for hiding his dark truth has finally ended. Ma notes his mysterious aura. She wants to know the one truth he guards most. I will tell you everything, he says, starting with where I vanished 5 years ago. It began at a pond, where a mysterious master saved him and changed his fate. He was taken to Kunlun Void, a lawless realm hidden deep within the ancient mountains. There, only the strongest survive. For 5 years, he fought through a literal living hell. Why died? Sun asks to see it, wanting to walk the path her lover endured alone. It's a graveyard of masters, he warns. I barely survived that nightmare myself. Seeing her face, he promises to take her there once the world is finally safe. Elsewhere, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association convenes. The air is thick with murderous intent. President Tang stands before them, demanding to know who slaughtered their elite members. Who killed Yuan Jingfu and Jian Luan? His voice thunders through the stone hall. Silence meets his fury. Are you all deaf? Someone must pay for this humiliation. A member points the finger at Yi Chen, the boy at the eye of the storm. That Yi family trash, Tang sneers. How could a loser become a legendary grandmaster? Witnesses claim the victim simply exploded, a terrifying, unknown power beyond their understanding. If possession were real, the entire arena would have been reduced to smoldering ash. Tang's rage boils over. Self-detonation, a man with a bright future wouldn't just die. He demands answers about Luan's death, but the reports are shrouded in total mystery. He summons his 4 deadliest warriors, the strongest pillars of the entire martial association. Investigate every shadow, he orders. Do not let a single detail slip through your fingers. If the truth remains hidden, bring Yi Chen to me, dead or alive. Meanwhile, the elite Dragon Soul Squad prepares for war, their auras shaking the training grounds. Accompanied by Yanking, Yi Chen thanks his ally, but a new question burns within him. A mysterious visitor arrives, but Yinning reveals the elite director is the one summoning our protagonist. Upon meeting the boy, the director beams with joy, asking for a favor: join the legendary Dragon's Soul. He cuts him off. It's a hard no, but the director clarifies he doesn't want a soldier, he wants a master. The mission: become the instructor for China's deadliest warriors. He eyes the group of hardened elites with disdain. This isn't just any squad. It's Dragon Soul, a phantom force operating in the deepest shadows of the nation. While others are mere branches, this unit answers only to the Supreme Commander, acting as China's ultimate shield. They are the guardians of national pride, tasked with crushing special threats that normal soldiers can't even touch. Yi remains skeptical, questioning if such an elite force should really trust a complete stranger with their lives. Without a second of doubt, the director guarantees that no one on Earth is more qualified than this boy. The offer is sweet: train them at his leisure, and in exchange, the military becomes his personal shield. Before signing his life away, Yi demands to know the exact scale of this promised military protection. The answer: invisible snipers will shadow his loved ones, ready to eliminate any threat in a heartbeat. It goes deeper. Every movement will be monitored by the state's most advanced surveillance systems. Yi is stunned. This is the level of security reserved for kings and top-tier politicians, not ordinary citizens. The director is blunt. Yi's rise has created powerful enemies, and he needs the state's might to survive. Convinced by the deal, the protagonist finally asks what being an instructor actually looks like for him. He'll have absolute authority over their training, forging them into weapons that will make the nation tremble with power. As long as there is trust, Yi promises that every trainee will become a reaper on the battlefield. He boldly claims they'll slay over 110 enemies each. The director smiles, thinking the boy is just cocky. But Yi isn't joking. He steps forward and coldly introduces himself as their new, absolute authority. The soldiers scoff, whispering that this brat only got the job through high-level connections and luck. Rebellion sparks instantly, as one man refuses to follow a leader who hasn't tasted real blood. The rest join in, sneering at the thought of putting their lives in the hands of a mere child. Yi's response: a cold invitation to a brawl. If you doubt me, come and try to take my head. The elites are furious at his arrogance. The director stays calm, knowing the storm that's about to break. Despite the warnings, the soldiers fear this child will ruin Dragon Soul's legendary reputation for excellence. Kashi, the strongest among them, steps out to humble the boy, but Yi is already 2 steps ahead. Lesson 1, Yi declares, his aura beginning to warp the very air around him as he gathers power. He clashes with Kashi, demonstrating the true meaning of overwhelming force with terrifying, surgical precision. Kashi freezes, paralyzed by a killing intent so heavy he can't even breathe, before a kick shatters his jaw. Silence falls like a heavy shroud. The soldiers realize they aren't facing a boy, they're facing a monster. Unfazed, Yi mocks them, claiming he won't take a single scratch even if they all attack together. Enraged, the entire squad charges, desperate to teach this loudmouthed brat a lesson in military discipline. With a single, fluid motion, he unleashes a shockwave that sends the elite warriors flying like ragdolls. Victory is absolute. Standing over the fallen, he asks if anyone else still has something to say. Groaning on the floor, the soldiers can only wonder, how can such godlike power exist in one boy? Respect is earned in blood. The men stand up, saluting their new master with newfound, terrified loyalty. Fang, Liu, and the others report in, their spirits ignited by the chance to learn from a legend. He notes their solid foundation. With his guidance, they won't just be soldiers, they'll be gods of war. The first lesson begins. The forbidden fist that challenges the heavens' technique is about to be revealed. The men are electric with excitement, desperate to master the power that just crushed them so easily. But Yi preaches patience. True mastery starts with the basics, building a foundation that can hold the heavens. Internally, the protagonist smirks. With this elite army under his thumb, his grand design is finally complete. He now controls the underworld, possesses infinite wealth, and finally commands the nation's strongest military force. The pieces are set. The world belongs to him now, and no one is strong enough to stop him. Armed with divine power, he can finally safeguard his loved ones and rewrite his tragic destiny forever. He now possesses the absolute resolve to annihilate the villains who stripped him of his former life. A mysterious entity halted Lincoln's mission. The capital is a viper's nest where death lurks in every shadow. Even billionaires tremble before the ancient martial clans. These bloodlines reign supreme at the absolute peak of power. To conquer this hierarchy, Yi Chen must cultivate his inner strength until he stands alone above the heavens. In the distance, onlookers stare at the pulverized ruins. None can believe that a mere mortal caused this. A terrifying pressure erupted from inside the stadium. This wasn't combat, it was a total manifestation of divinity. No warrior should possess such overwhelming might. The elders wonder if a hidden god has descended upon them. They scour the records for a secret master in Jiang City, yet the culprit remains a ghost in reality. Is he a mythic cultivator or just a shadow? They refuse to accept that a teenager killed a grandmaster. The evidence points to the boy, making President Tang grow incredibly wary of this mysterious and rising talent. While dining later, Yi Chen is stunned. He never imagined his fierce, purple-haired companion could actually cook well. The golden-haired beauty chimed in, boasting about the secret culinary arts she mastered from her grandmother recently. Savoring the feast, he teases them. "You've been hiding your feminine charms to keep me on my toes." The girls curiously ask where he vanished to. He casually mentions visiting a secret base for urgent business. He offers to take them to see Hang, but the ladies are focused on a massive shopping spree. They decline his invitation for now. Left alone, our hero prepares for the inevitable storms gathering on the horizon. Departing with a gentle warning to eat slowly, he spots a high-end luxury sedan waiting outside his residence. A driver in a sharp suit bows with profound respect, acknowledging the presence of a true, hidden dragon. Recognizing the dragon's sole escort, Yi Chen directs them toward Jiangbai University to continue his secret training. "Drop the formalities and just call me Yi Chen," he says. On campus, a devoted student rushes to greet him. The youth is vibrating with excitement. The cultivation technique Yi Chen provided is coursing through his veins like fire. Having mastered the initial stage, the student's body erupts with a golden aura that illuminates the entire room. Witnessing the breakthrough, Yi Chen reminds him to consume a spirit pill weekly to stabilize his surging internal energy. The initial agony is a test. Once completed, the true power of this heavenly technique will shock the world. The boy's resolve hardens. He swears to become an invincible shield for his family, leaving his weak self behind. "But master, will my hair ever grow back?" he asks, breaking the serious mood with a sudden concern. Beneath the pale moonlight, a suspicious figure emerges. An elderly man approaches, feigning confusion about the dorm directions. Yi Chen senses the bloodlust immediately. He provides the path while carefully watching the predator's every twitching muscle. The assassin smiles, but our hero scoffs. "Cut the act. We both know you're not here for a tour." The elder lunges with lethal speed. Yi Chen flickers like a shadow, evading the strike with terrifyingly calm precision. "Are you the one called Yi Chen?" The man snarls. Yi's eyes turn icy. "State your business before I strike." The old man barks about arrogance and hierarchy. He demands the truth about the massacre at the martial arena. Fury explodes from the elder. He screams to know who dared to execute Master Yuan in such a brutal fashion. Yi Chen chuckles with pure arrogance. "Just more garbage from that pathetic martial arts syndicate, I see." The man roars in outrage, defending his guild's honor. "You're a dead man for insulting our sacred brotherhood." With a sinister smirk, Yi Chen offers a fake apology. "My mistake. I didn't mean to single out Yuan." He points a finger mockingly. "I meant that every single person in your association is a brainless cockroach." Blinded by wrath, the elder lunges forward, determined to erase the boy's existence for such an unforgivable insult. Yi Chen continues to taunt the fallen master, fanning the flames of the elder's madness with cold, calculated mockery. With a whisper, Yi delivers a single, crushing blow. "Here is a final lesson before your journey to hell." The veteran warrior crashes into the pavement, his pride and bones shattered by a power he cannot comprehend. Dusting off his sleeves, Yi calls Deng. "I have a delivery for you. Come and sweep up this trash." The assassin's phone vibrates on the floor. A voice demands to know if the Yi family survivor has been found. "Do not kill the brat yet," the voice commands. "They have no idea they are dealing with a god." President Tang demands his head, yet a chilling, eerie silence hangs over the other end of the line. With a sinister grin, he realizes the caller has vanished into the shadows, leaving only a haunting dial tone. He vows to hunt him down regardless. Suddenly, a jeep roars up. Deng rushes to check the boy's condition. Brushing off his wounds, he demands the source of that burner phone and intel on the Martial Arts Association. He seeks the secrets of that century-old syndicate. Late that night, his true investigation begins at home. Digging through forbidden archives, he uncovers a complex web of 12 elite families ruling the underworld with iron fists. Every district president is a monster in human skin, and Tang is the current king reigning over the district. Tang is ranked 189th nationally, a towering wall of power that our hero must somehow scale soon. But these records are 2 years old. Our protagonist wonders if his current strength even cracks the top 200. Clutching the mysterious stone, he swears to watch Tang closely. He must return to the place where destiny began. The boy retreats to that haunting, cemetery-like sanctuary. Approaching Chen, he finds the others trapped in deep slumber. This is his solitary path. He realizes his current vessel is far too weak to summon the legendary power within. The association's suspicions are growing. Suddenly, a message from Deng reveals the enemy's secret hideout at a luxury hotel. He sneers at their arrogance. How dare those killers sleep soundly while their comrade's soul has already been extinguished? His ally offers support for the upcoming raid, but our hero refuses. This is a debt he settles alone. The association will hunt him with fury. He needs to buy time and evolve before the real monsters arrive. He recalls Yuman's secret technique, controlling others through sheer force. Mastering this would turn the tides of war completely. At the KI Hotel, the villains grow restless. They wonder if their elite assassin has met a pathetic end. A master shouldn't exist in this small city. They trace his steps to the university, hunting for any unusual traces. The elder senses only the cold touch of death. Yuan is gone. An expert guardian must be shielding the target. They must report this anomaly to the president immediately. Subscribe now to see if our hero survives the coming storm. The predator has become the prey. Don't miss the next epic chapter of this legend. Hit that notification bell now. Who is the mysterious master protecting the boy? The battle lines are drawn as the martial world begins to tremble. Will he master the art of absolute force in time? The countdown to the ultimate showdown at the hotel begins now. Stay tuned to witness the rise of the ultimate underdog. Like and subscribe to join our martial arts journey today. Thanks for watching this recap. See you in the next video as we dive deeper into the world of legends.